Afternoon, everybody. How you doing? How we all doing? Happy Valentine's Day to all the ladies out there, all the partners, and all the rest of it, and Mrs. Cruncher. Oh, we got a fair few in already. I think Ninja was in first today. He's now got fibre. Let's just turn the squelch up on that a little bit. He's got fibre. Lucky. No fibre here, Ninja. I wish. We could do some fantastic live streaming with decent fibre. Afternoon, Foxy, Benji, Jax. How you doing, Jax? Gary Cooper. Hi, Gary. Phil Taylor, Michael Hyde. Jess, afternoon. How are you? See, I've turned all the Wi-Fi router and that off because of the noise, but I've still got something noisy, something local, no doubt. Afternoon, Dids. Huddle behind a windbreak. 2.3 Celsius. I know it's flipping freezing here. Sean, how you doing, Mr. Man Cave? Nick, afternoon, Nick. Hi, Rob Cross, Barry Charnley. Anybody know good sites for radio schematics? So it sounds like you got 100 terabytes and a new fiber connection, Ninja. You must be doing good, mate, over there. Stephen, how are you, mate? And Mike Atlantis. Hi, Mike. And Paddy as well. We're all in. So I thought I had more CBs to look at than I have, but I've only actually got two. If you remember, I did put a link in the video description to the video we did over Christmas on this massive great pile of stuff that I got. So I've only got two CBs left, but I have got a power supply and a load of other bits and pieces to look at. So hopefully we'll be able to make a decent show out of that for you. So I'm going to finish a bit earlier today. I started earlier, so I'm going to finish. I need to be wrapping up at 5 o'clock at the latest, really, because we're doing a Valentine's Day meal today. It's Valentine's Day. I nearly didn't come on. It was only Mrs. Cruncher that said no. Go on, do your live stream, and we'll have tea. We'll sort tea a bit later on. So we're here. 4 degrees. Tomorrow's going to be tropical. I think it's the wind, though, isn't it? This is the issue. First time you've watched this in 1080p. Scary stuff. Scary stuff, Ninja. But it is nice in high definition. No sunbathing here, Jax. Are you future-proofing in case working from home becomes the norm? Wow. Unfortunately, it may well do for a lot of people. So I thought the light was a bit strange. I didn't have me light on. That's better. Hi there, Rusthar. Afternoon, Gavin. How are you, mate? So yeah, as I say, we've got some CB bits and pieces to mess about with. We've got a couple CBs, we've got power supply, we've got some SWR meters and that sort of thing to have a look at. And, whatever else I can drag in. A lot of your colleagues want it to become the norm. You like a mix. I think a mix is nice, isn't it, really? I think in my previous job, I used to work, in the job before that. This camera's a bit bright today. Too dark now. Oh well. In the previous job, I used to do, I think, 2 days in the office and 3 days out on the patch, and the office was home based. So that seemed to work well. But it is good to get out and about a bit, and I haven't done a lot of that for a long time, to be fair. I was only saying the other day. Well, we went out. Yes, was it yesterday? No, Friday. Went to town on Friday, and that's the first time I'd driven for a long time. Poor old car's done no mileage at all in the last year. Yeah, I think that's what I used to do. Oh, you did the other way around. 3 days at home, 2 days in the office. Yeah, I used to sort of have a home office, Stephen, but I used to be a manager out on the patch. So I used to have to go around all the jobs and check on that sort of stuff. Hi, Dave, back from a brief grocery shop. I'll say, you all know I've got loads of CB radios here. I've got a bit of a fascination with them. It was great times back in the 80s and into the 90s and even the 2000s, really. I've been on CB on and off since, not since the beginning. I came onto CB in 1983, I think, 82, 83. So it's all already well underway and flying by then. Obviously, there's quite a big AM scene prior to that, but I wasn't involved in that really. Hi Rich, how are you? So yeah, that's where my sort of fascination stems from, and that sort of bloomed into amateur radio. So CB sort of took a backbench for a bit while I was on amateur radio, but then it's one of those things. It's so so laid back, CB. You know, you haven't got to worry about all the call signs and logging and everything when you're on CB, really, unless you're doing DX, of course. Jess wants me to bring on the jukebox and play some more romantic music for us. Yeah, I'd just get hammered, wouldn't I? I get hammered with copyright hits, Jess. Sean says, been yapping to Andy Tobin about CB radios. He was saying the CB band was quiet in the States. I don't know. It's one of those things, Sean. I mean, you know, I've got the CB on here beside me. I turned it on when I came up this morning, and I've already had a quick chat with one chap on there who just asked for a rig check, and he wasn't that far away actually. So there is people on it, depending where you are. You know, I'm down in deepest, darkest Devon, so there's not a massive amount of people on here, but there probably is around me a good dozen people on it. And you know, if you want to chat, unfortunately these days the best way to get a chat is to get on Facebook, type I'm going to be on air in half an hour, anybody going to be there, and lo and behold, you will have people to talk to. Stephen's saying, rumour has it there's a few folks in some pockets out west that still use it. CB's dead in Ireland. Well, Paddy had a CB from me, Stephen. Ninja sends some CB and PMR around here, but it tends to be a bit sweary. It can be, as I say, it's not regulated at all, is it, Ninja? So it's a bit of a free-for-all, anything goes. You know, there's people play music. It's not as bad as it used to be, though, to be fair. I mean, back in the day, you had to sort of have other frequencies to get away from a lot of the idiots. But you know, I'm sure anybody that's been on CB for years ago, from years ago, will know that that you had to run a bit of power, perhaps, to get over the top of some of these idiots, and mic keys. There was all sorts of stuff going on. But even though there was all that hassle going on, I seem to have got my other microphone on. Even though there was all that hassle going on, there was still some great days to be had. Well, I used to really enjoy it. You know, I used to have CB at home. So when I was coming home from work, I always used to shout into the missus to say I was on my way. Used to have a yap in my lunch break. Used to go up on a hill on my lunch break and have a shout about. Benji saying it used to be busy when he lived in Shropshire, excuse me. You're thinking of getting a 3D printer. Any recommendations? I know absolutely nothing about them. It's I can't really, Dids, because I've got the Cell Robox here, and I've had a hell of a lot of trouble with it. It's been a real pain in the backside. Very, very unreliable. I might have just had a Friday afternoon machine, but at the moment it's out of action. And I've got to box it up. It's been back to the manufacturers probably about 5 times now. And each time I have it back, it works for a couple or 3 months, and then it packs up again. So it goes in the corner until I need it, and then I've got to raise the support ticket and send it back. So there is a lot of decent 3D printers out there. I can't recommend the one that I've got though. I know Chris, All the Gear No Idea, has done a bit of research and got himself a half decent one. And we've got Mac Vision 3D and a Prussia Mark III 3D printer. Yeah. Nick used to listen to the US truckers back in the 70s. Sean knows nothing about CB. How far can they reach? It was always deemed to be about a 10-mile radius, Sean, on a good day. Probably nearer 6, I expect. But if you've got a decent aerial up, you can hear a lot more. The higher, the better. But the problem is, unless the other end's got a decent aerial, they won't hear you. So it's all very well being able to pick up like everybody, but if they can't hear you, then you can't talk to them. The quietest it was back then in the 80s when I went down to Devon, it was pretty much dead. CB in the 80s in Devon? CB's alive there. Where is that to then? Radio HF and shortwave. Sean! Thank you, mate. And happy Valentine's. Your Canadian, Jax is saying his Canadian aunt gave him some walkie-talkies in the 70s before they were legal. Rich had a car aerial on the biscuit tin with a Murphy home base, which had a tiny standard factory mic. I've got 2 of those home bases here, Rich, including one with that diddy little toy microphone. I think they're a shocking set, but they seem to have got a bit of a following at the moment for some reason. Seem to be fetching fairly big money. You sold a President Madison 2 weeks ago. £250, happy days. That's actually not too bad a price. A President Madison 2. Oh, a President Madison 2 weeks ago. 250 quid's a pretty good price for one of those, to be honest. Radio HF and shortwave. You're in the Emerald Isle. Yeah, it's I think that the Madison, that's just got AM, upper sideband and lower, isn't it? But saying that, you don't really need FM. If you're gonna have a sideband radio, do you need FM? You probably don't, to be fair. But you know, as I say, I have got a sideband radio here in pieces. I've got another AM/FM radio somewhere knocking about. But there is quite a bit on sideband, especially if you get a bit of skip comes in. So a lot of Europeans use it, especially our Italian friends, and the Spanish. Got Spanish on at the moment. Ninja, thank you very much, mate. No dial codes on CB radios. You are dead right there. You're dead right there. President Zachary T was your first. Sat on a front seat of Mr. Ford Escort. Well, as I say, my first ever radio was a Harrier CBX, and that was fitted to my Mark I Ford Capri. With Go Faster stripes, a slatted, a louvered rear window, and white fluffy dice hanging off the mirror. Oh dear, I remember those days. Air horns as well. I had the Dukes of Hazzard air horns in my Ford Capri. But they were a little bit naff because you had to, they weren't allowed to copy. It said some copyright on it. So one of the notes was missing on the end. So it sort of went da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And it finished on that. It didn't do the full tune, but it was hellish loud. Afternoon, Keith. How are you? Oh, Midland a good CB. Yeah, Midland did make some good CBs, Sean. Yeah, no, they did. They were quite well made. Battery maker, Bill, how you doing? Can't say you had any fancy cars, just appliances on wheels. My car wasn't fancy, Bill. It was as fancy as you made it back then. We were all boy racers, weren't we? Back in the day. Mac Visions was a President AR7. DV27. Yeah, I did have a DV27 drilled into the boot of the car. None of this clip-on stuff. It was actually drilled straight through the boot lid of the Ford Capri. I started off with a dialer match on a mag mount, and that was pretty rubbish. It worked, but you know, I knew there was better out there. And the top-loaded DV27 performs a lot better than the base-loaded ones. Stalker 9. Yeah, I had a brand new Stalker 9 once, but I gave it back because it didn't have FM on it. So back in the day, you know, your rig did everything, and most people had an FM block put in. You know, the UK FM put in to be able to use it to yap to all your mates, and then you had your SSB and that for DXing. A low TX40, Benji. I think low made quite good radios. Afternoon, Nathan. How are you? No sign of Benji's bush. Someone's hidden in it, I expect, Mike. And Nathan's got a very interesting pastime, haven't you, Nathan? That I found out about the other day when he put a comment in my on one of my videos. Happy Valentine's to you as well, Aston. Yeah, good to have you on, Nathan. So Ninja had a York something base station, a York 864, something like that. I can't remember now. But that was a good radio, Ninja. Up on your shelf, what is that bit of kit with the wire draped over the front of it? Do you mean this? That's a signal generator. That's a signal generator, Jess. Paddy had an Austin 1100 with a CB and an 8-track player. Oh, living the dream, Paddy. That's right, paranormal investigation is what our friend Nathan's into. So he's got a YouTube channel, which I've subscribed to, but no content as yet. But when you get up and running, that's going to be really interesting, Nathan. I should be looking out for that. Afternoon, Harvey. What a load of rubbish in your bin. What have you got in there? President Lincoln Mark I. I did have one of those. But the encoder went on it, and apparently it wasn't repairable back then. I'm sure it is now. Radio Caroline sounding excellent. It ain't easy being wheezy. Afternoon, how are you? Used to deal in CBs, antennas, etc. when I was at school. Had most rigs. And had a banded multi-mode 2 with a 500-watt burner. Christ. And a 5/8 dipole on a 20-foot scaffold pole. 5/8 wave. That must have knocked the socks off of everything. Wheezy. Jax, you can subscribe to mine if you like. I've started building a synthesizer. We'll have to subscribe to you then, Jax, if I'm not already. Jax Troll, is that your YouTube name as well? You used to be able to click on this and go to user's channel, but you can't do it anymore. Sure, remember seeing Springer rods on cars in the 80s and 90s. I have got a Springer. I bet it did work very well. I had a Bremy Volve amplifier many years ago, and that used to work well, but I could only use it in the night time because of the interference it caused. in the daytime it would cause a hell of a lot of problems on people's TVs and radios. It's one of those things. For some reason, a lot of the CB stuff was really not great. The build quality wasn't good, and it didn't seem to have the specification of the amateur stuff, and it caused all sorts of problems with interference. A Stalker XX Cobra 148 GTL DX making crazy money. A Cobra one in the box made over £500 a few weeks back. Well, I've got one down here, and I must get round to getting it sorted. I don't know. It's one of those things. I need to get shot of a load of stuff, really. I seem to be getting so much stuff here to sell on and never selling on any of it. But yeah, they are making some big money at the moment. You're right, Radio HF. Aston didn't want to ruin the roof on the Mini, so the CB was stuck on the metal house windows. Stuck on the metal house windows? What, out at 90 degrees, Aston? Oh, Serpenders. You asked your dad if he had the Dukes of Hazzard air horns on his Escort Mark 1 or Cortina Mark 2. Apparently no, just a big loud air horn. I mean, they were quite pricey back in the day, Stephen, but I had to have them. I can't remember, it was about 5 horns, I think it was, that you had to have. And then there was a relay and some other box of tricks to make it all work. And I always remember taking the car into the local garage to have the bonnet resprayed. And the bonnet release had packed up. So the guy in the garage decided he'd just get a bar in underneath and just pop the bonnet manually. But what he'd done was he got the bonnet underneath, and he went to pop it, and he actually broke the top of the relay and made the contact jam. And the air horns were going off in his garage, and they were panicking like hell. Apparently it absolutely deafened them, these air horns going off in his little garage. Oh dear. I'm surprised. The bill was quite expensive, so I'm sure I got a bit of shock money there as well. You've got a high gain 5 here for Resto. 450 blocks. 4 times 50 blocks. Wow. High gain 5s were quite nice sets, and I used to love the Roger bleeps on those high gain 5s. Really good. Stalkins and Serpent. Oh, I'm with you now, Jax. Ninja's a fellow synth head sub. Harvey joined the madness back in 1983. So many people to talk to. There was back then, Harvey. Well, you were a rig doctor, Harvey, I believe, weren't you? So Wheezy fitted a ferrite rings to all the neighbours' TV coax. Didn't really work when using a few whiskies. No, it never did it? I stuck a Sigma 4 up on my chimney once. I mean, anybody that knows what a Sigma 4 is, it's a massive, massive, great 3/4 wave vertical antenna. This was an old Advanti AM, one from the AM days, and oh my god, it was amazing for DX, but it wiped out everything within about 5 miles. It literally did. The amount of interference I caused, I had to take it down in the end. Remember the CB radio shop adverts at the local cinema? Huh. Oh, there's a link to Jax's channel, so I shall sub to you, Jax. Always help each other out. Oops, something went wrong with that link, Sean. Just me, I expect. This one has the SS200 beep, same rig really. Superstar 200. I'm not up with that one, Nathan. Some bloke had a Dukes of Hazzard air horn set on a Maxi back in the day. Didn't quite have the same feel. Ah, yeah, roaring around in his Austin Maxi. That was a horrible car. Land Crab, they called it, didn't they? The Maxi, Land Crab. Superstar 2000, right, I got you. You need a multi-stage low-pass filter on the radio output. Yeah, that would probably sort all the TV out. I mean, it's not a problem these days, I don't think, because there's not a lot of there's no analog telly left really. A Wheezy Sense Sigma 4 was the daddy back then. It really was. It was the biggest antenna you could get for CB. It was an absolute monster. But it was a hell of a job to put it up. It was only lashed to a chimney as well. It was only on a chimney lashing kit. Animal. Yeah, visible antennas. But then back in the day, there weren't a lot of streets that didn't have a CB antenna up, Ninja, was there? Mike didn't get into CB, but the head chef where you worked was mad for it in the 1980s. I think his handle was Kid Curry. First car you drove, Austin Maxi, in the sand glow beige colour. I think they were all that colour, weren't they, Sean? I'm sure they called them the Land Crab. I'm sure they were called the Land Crab. But yeah, my first car was a 1969, I think it was. Ford Capri. J-Reg it was. KVW 923J. I remember that one. I'd done the big engine on that poor car. I used to hammer the hell out of it. It was only a 1600 GT, but it used to go like the clappers with my foot flat down on it. There used to be a CB shop up my road, Breaker 14 CB. Well, there was a CB place in the M5 services down at Exeter. I mean, the handle used to be Breaker's Yard, but I think it was called M5 Communications. Cheese-coloured Allegro. I had an Austin Princess at one stage in metallic green with beige velour seats, with armrests, no less. I'm sure they were called the Land Crab, Gavin. Ford Capris, they are ridiculous money, Sean, aren't they? They're ridiculous, and the cars that we all had as boy racers, like the XR3s, XR4s, the XR2s, all those old fast Fords are really expensive now. Nathan, that's your favourite cars. Was that the Capri? You had a 3.2, oh, you had a Mark III 2 litre, a 2 litre S, and a laser. Well, I started off with the 1600 GT XLR Mark 1. Then I went to a 3 litre Gia Mark 2. That had the like green tinted windows. It had carpets that came up the doors. Oh, it's a lovely, lovely car. But what a monster 3 litre thing. That used to drink some fuel. Then I went back. I had a 3 litre E Mark 1, which was actually it was tuned by a company called Phil Speed in Plymouth, and it had massive, great wide arches on it. It had huge, great wheels on it. They were really, really thick. I mean, I'm talking they were like that. Painted red, the wheels were. And the exhaust pipe, they'd I think on the older Capris they only came out one side, but this one had a conversion where it came out with 2 pipes at the back, and I don't think there was a silencer on it. I used to get stopped for a pastime in that car by the local coppers. They kept saying, "Oh, your exhaust is blowing." I said, "It's not blowing." I said, "It's just been in the garage recently. It's not blowing. It's just how it is. It's a 3 litre car." It did sound very nice. I used to get pulled in that all the time, but God, didn't it sound nice. A Morris Ital. I remember the Ital. I had a Marina. I had a couple Marinas, I think, Rich. TR7. Fancy. Toyota Celica did 120 on M6. Your son has a Capri and a Mark II. Very nice, Paddy. Nick had a Toyota Celica. They were really quick back in the day. They were. A 1998 Rover 214. That was a granddad's car, wasn't it, Stephen? You had to have a hat on the back parcel shelf to have one of those. Granada Gia. My brother had a Granada Scorpio, which looked pretty horrible, but it was lovely inside. Mike had a Capri with the power bulge in orange, 1600 GT Mark II. Yeah, lovely. I mean, I had another Mark III, and my last Capri was 2.8 injection. Was the very last one that I had. Spanky had 2 Marinas. Just seen a 73 RS 1600 for 125,000. They're crazy money nowadays, aren't they? How you doing, Simon, anyway? Your Rover was a granddad car. Oh dear. Hyacinth in the passenger seat. Yeah. Mrs. Bouquet. Did you have the sun strip though? You had to have the sun strip as well with your girlfriend's name on it, didn't you? With your handle. I think I had like a green one that went across the top, and it had my CB handle on it, I think. Oh, it's shocking, isn't it? But yeah, back in the day, that was what you did, wasn't it? You'd like a Capri Brooklands. Yeah, that was the very last of the Capris, the Brooklands. 280 Brooklands. Very, very nice. All Recaro leather. Nice. Dad had 2 Marinas. Afternoon, Colin. Bumped into the back of another car in one of them. And the floor pan fell off. Aston's a mini man, aren't you, Aston? He's still got a Mini Cooper. Mrs. Cruncher's got a Mini Cooper, but one of the modern ones. You had a Piccadilly radio sun strip. Mine had Squeaker on one side. I can't remember what the other side was. Can't remember the name of the girlfriend now. But yeah, funny, isn't it? We're digressing, aren't we? But it's all good fun. I like chatting about old cars. I had some bangers. I'm trying to think. The worst ever car I had was a DAF Variomatic. I'm sure I've talked about it before. Hi Brett, how are you? And a 3500 twin plenum Rover SDI V8. Very nice, Brett. That's a monster. You can't beat the old cars, really. It was back in the days where you could actually service your own car, wasn't it? You could actually repair things, find faults on them. You know, everyone had the Haynes manual for their car. I've still got Haynes manuals here knocking about somewhere. I think they're up in the car boot sale pile. But you all had a Haynes manual, so every weekend you used to be out, get the axle stands underneath, and you underneath the car messing about. Rich had a Radio Jackie sun strip. Yes, it was the DAF Variomatic radio HF and shortwave. And there was a problem with I think it was either the solenoid or the starter motor. And you had to short the solenoid out to start the thing. So I was in the car getting ready to rev it, and the girlfriend at the time was underneath the bonnet shorting it out. So she would short it out, and I would turn the key and give it some welly. But of course, I didn't realise it was in gear and it was in reverse. So anyway, I had the door ajar on this car. So she was shorting it out. I was like giving it some stick. All of a sudden, it fired. The car was in reverse, And anyone knows that those old belt-driven cars, they went the same speed in forward as they did in reverse. So this thing absolutely shot back at a hell of a pace, with me with still one leg out the door, and the door flung back and whacked off on a lamppost and bent it right back to the front. It literally bent this door right back onto the front wing. Hell of a funny. I was very, well, I almost wet myself, I think. And the girlfriend at the time, she was still stood there looking at me with the screwdriver in her hand from about 20, 30 foot back. It was funny as hell. But there you go. One of these things. Mental. Every garage had a pit in the floor. Brett sent me a photo. Distributor cap. You had a few SD1s. Hey, Andy, how are you? I think Brett may have sent me a picture of his car. Let's have a look. My internet's going really slow today. Click on it, it takes like 5 minutes before it carries on. There we go. Oh. So there's Brett's car. That looks mint, Brett. That looks in good nick, that one does, mate. Someone's left the lights on, though. Someone's left the lights on. C-Reg. Is it C-Reg or was it L-Reg back then? The C-Reg, I think, wasn't it? Because that was the later stuff. Full leather as well, by the looks of it. Was that a Vanden Plas or something like that? I think they were the top of the range, weren't they? The Vanden Plas. One careful owner, yeah. I think my mum bought the car off of us after that. I think I bent the door back around. Yeah, it does look smart, Brett. It does look smart. A bit of a beer being it's Sunday, am I? Bit of a beer being it's Sunday. We haven't started any CB stuff yet, look. Just reminiscing. Bit of reminiscing. But as I say, I mean, everybody remembers their first cars. As I say, I was mainly Capris. I had a Mark II. I learned to drive in a Mark II Escort. The local driving school had all Mark II Escorts back then. So we've got the old Cranbourne Poacher again. It is turning out to be one of my favourite beers. You usually order one up with a shopping each week now. We don't go into the supermarkets at the moment, unless we absolutely got to. Has it been barried up? You've got to bury him up, Spanky. You've got to bury him up, mate. And Mr. Spanky very kindly sent me a load of Amiga magazines in the week, with some cover discs as well. So I've started reading one of them. I think it's the Amiga Format magazine. But I shall have to do a little video on those, Simon, I think. But thank you very much for sending those on, mate. Great stuff. Cheers, everybody. As I say, happy Valentine's Day. Amiga's wives, yeah. Yeah, Mrs. Cruncher said, what do you want that bloody old rubbish for? What do you want that rubbish for? How to hack lemons. I tell you what, I did a session on Monkey Island the other day. I've actually managed to buy the original discs now, Simon, for Monkey Island. So I've got the originals. Because I've got two Amigas here. One I put a Gotek drive in now. So basically I can download whatever software I need and I can play it straight out. It's cheating a little bit because it does away with the need for floppy drive. So it takes that sort of retro experience away from you. So the other one, I'm going to actually get, I'm going to put a floppy drive back in that. So I'll have one with a Gotek drive and one with a good old floppy drive. And there is a mod you can do to keep both in there, so you can relocate the Gotek and put the floppy back in it, and select them with a switch. So I might do that because I've got another board to build. Loads of stuff to do. Loads of stuff to do. Pint of Banks is mild. Mild. I meant mild for a while, Sean. Banks is. Isn't that the Welsh brewers? Banks is. That was taken a year or so ago when it was up for sale on eBay. One of the last EFI SDIs left on the road. I think Rimmer Brothers have one in their museum. Rimmer Brothers were the ones that I used to buy all my bits and pieces from. I was restoring many years ago. I was restoring a Dolomite Sprint. Triumph Dolomite Sprint. I'm sure you remember them. That was a pretty iconic car back in the day. 16 valve engine, went like the clappers. I used to really like the Triumphs, but I never did finish the restoration on that because I was doing it in my front garden. I'd sort of put it in the driveway, and I was welding it up in my spare time. I'd put all new floor pans in it. I'd put a new boot floor in it. I had two engines for it, one to be rebuilt, but it was in a purple metallic color, and apparently it was a special that was done for one of their managers. But in the end, it ended up I had a scrapyard come and took it away, which was absolutely sacrilege. I was gutted at the time. But, you know, I was in a rented property. All the neighbours had kicked up because of this car that I was working on and the noise I was making. And, you know, they complained to the landlady, and I had to get shot of it. It was either that or leave the property. So, you know, things we did in our youth, wasn't it? Well, it wasn't that many years ago, I don't suppose, but then it probably was. You remember them, Brett, do you? Twin cards on the paint up, set up properly, but great when it was. Yeah, there was a guy in Somerset that specialised in the Dolomite Sprints. I actually went to see him. He showed me around. Amazing. I mean, he'd be the guy to buy one from, really, but like anything, these old vintage cars are fetching a hell of a lot of money now. They are costing a lot of money. What's on my bucket list? It's just beer, really, Sean. Beer and ice. That is my bucket list. Buy Benji's stuff. Yes. Anyway, as I said, cheers to everybody. Happy Valentine's Day. I suppose we ought to get playing, don't we? You think your 92 Panda has broken the £1,000 mark? What's that in repair costs, Spanky, or just in bodywork that's rotted off? Don't mention ice. Right, shall we have a look at shall we have a look at a radio? Shall we have a look at a radio? So there's only 2 radios, as I say, left, and I have cleaned this up, but I haven't cleaned it up very well by the looks of it. And this isn't a great radio. It's not a great radio. Where's my webcam? Be careful because it blows out the lighthouse. Let me just get the camera zoomed in a bit. You can have a look at this thing. It's an LCL 2740 FM. As I say, this came in this big box of CBs that I had. What can I say about it? I've got a microphone, and I don't know whether this is the microphone for it, but I've cleaned this up this morning because this was absolutely covered in verdigris and muck. 5-pin DIN plug on it, so hopefully this is the mic for it. It's got pretty much everything you need, I suppose, just to get up and running. High and low power. Something jammed in there, something nasty. Something nasty lurking in there, I don't know what that is. High-low power, DX and local, so it's just an attenuator, it's like RF gain. Volume, which is full on at the moment. Squelch. So it's got RX and TX lights on it. It's got a meter. Basic set, but you know, it'll get you on the air, won't it? It's even got the mounting screws, these thumb screws, and washers, rubber washers. The back's not quite so great. It's got a missing grommet there. I thought these had like a modular plug that you plugged in, but maybe it was just a flying lead, and the little cable retainer's gone. Grommet, I can't remember what you call those things now. I've got plenty of them, but I don't know if I've got any that are that small. They might do. Other thing is fuse. This is a 3 amp, which is good, but it's a house fuse. I don't know how good that would be, but I don't know if they're fast blow or not, but usually these are cartridge fuses, and the little fuse holder's broken as well, so we've got to stick another fuse holder in this one, but for the time being we'll just clip it on anyway. So there you are. Will it or won't it work? I don't know. Let's connect it up and see if it comes to life. Are they powered from 12 volt? Yeah, 12 to 13.8 really. So let's stick the power supply on. I've got the test set fired up. It's been fired up for about an hour now to warm up. There's me power. Let's plug this in. Have we got an external speaker? Yes, we have. So as I say, this is serial number's low on this one, 1004. It's manufactured by RCH in Hong Kong, and it's a 2740 FM. So it's a normal legal 2781 set. So that's the original UK 40 channel CB. So pop me my test set speaker in. Let's plug this into the test set as well. The test set, I'm not sure what I've done to that, but it's all over the shop at the moment. So let's connect this up. Actually, I better current limit that down a little bit to start with. Make sure we got no shorts. Will he or won't he? It only works. I don't believe it. It works. I mean, I've got 100 microvolts on there at the moment. It should be S9. It's S30 plus at the moment. It's not quite off the scale, but it's pretty far gone. It has an MC3357 in it, wideband as hell. So we can probably hear that. Let's go to a station upwards. I can't hear it on 20. I can sort of hear it on channel 18. Can't hear it on 20 though. Can hear it on 27. Wow. Just turn that down a little bit. So let's plug the microphone and see what happens. Fixed. On to the next one. Let's plug this in. It is the right mic, look. Oh, hello. I'm coming through on my radio behind me. Let's stick it into low power. Let's see if we've got audio. Testing. Audio, audio, any audio? Any audio? No. Try again on the correct station. Hello, hello. 1 2 1 2 1 2. It's working. Feedback, feedback. It works. It seems to work. Let's turn that radio off for a minute. We don't want to be sticking a load of... Well, I'm only connected to the test set, to be fair. Stick it into oh, idiot. Try that. Okay, so we're on channel 20. You can hear it on the thing. So let's key it up and see what it's doing. How are we going to do this? Can we do it with this? Forgot I already had that camera going. Shaky cam. Well, it's doing 2.5 watts. It's only doing 2.5 watts, and according to that, the frequency is half a kilohertz out, 500 hertz out. So it's 2779079 instead of 125. So there is issues with it. Let's get that off. It has issues. Don't we all? Don't we all have issues? So let's actually, thinking about it, I've got the current turned down, haven't I? I've got the current turned back. Yeah, so the current's gone out on limit. So if I turn it right up, it's drawn an amp. Oh, it's actually 4.87 watts. $79132. It's not far off, to be honest. It's a bit high on output. Just turn that back. It's a bit high. It's on high power on the front at the moment, Rich. Low power's down there. On low power it's doing 0.3 of a watt on low power. I think what I need to do is get that that camera onto the bench, onto the radio, and then I can get the other camera on the test set so you can have a look, see what's going on, because I can't hold it by hand. I tried, but there you go. So now it's probably easier if you see that in the main camera and that picture in picture. Yeah, you just about see that roughly. One not to touch is the DNT. Do not touch, I know. Does Morse use Citizens Band for transmitting? No, it doesn't. Hey, Rob. Wallow. You're right, mate. If you have that communicators that's in the thumbnail, I would be interested in buying it off you, mate. I've got a couple here, Nathan, so if you drop me an email just to remind me, Nathan, I'll sort you out, hopefully. Where can I go then? Nowhere. Okay, so here's a test set. Frequency. This is the power output. This is just showing the tone and the deviation on FM. So if I key it up, so on low power it's 0.3, 0.32, 27, 791, 3233. So it's not far off actually. That's well within spec. So we can check sine out a minute. Let's do that. So let's go on 12. So for 12 dB sine out, it's 0.7, which isn't bad, to be fair. That's not bad. So if I stick it on high power, just under 4.9, so it's nearly 5 watts on full whack. So let's come off of that. Let's pop the power off again a minute, and we'll whip the cover off. We'll sort out that power lead. I don't know if the grommets that I've got are going to do this one or not. But we shall see. So it certainly seems like we've got the right mic for it. We'll get Mrs. Cruncher in a bit to give us a shout once we've had a look at the insides. Do I need to take that off? I don't think so. It's got a mass of screws in this thing by the looks of it. Do we need to undo them all? I think we do. I think we do. How are we doing? Let's have a look at the chat. Yeah, I've got two communicators here, Nathan. I've got a boxed one and I've got another one. I wouldn't mind. I'll let the other one go, but I want to keep hold of the boxed one for the moment. I might sell it, Nathan. We'll sort something out. Hi, Andy. Nice piece of kit. You love the old school meters incorporated with the dial. I know. Trying to get a collection of your old rigs from CB days to restore just for nostalgia. Jax likes a bouncing needle. Hi Daniel, how are you? Took the boys to the park and it's freezing, I bet it was. As I say, I never had a communicators, Nathan, but I will say that they are quite impressive. That one, the Manor Kestrel that I did, that that Paddy's now got. I was really surprised how good the audio was on that. In fact, it was better, I think, than a lot of the Cybernets. I quite like the audio from the Unidens. So really, I don't need it. I don't need the communicators, Nathan. But it's coming up in a minute, actually. Once we've had a look at this one, the communicators that's boxed is the next one up. And the other one, I've still got to repair that one. Well, not repair it, it just needs a tune-up. So this is quite a compact rig. You know, quite a nice sort of chuck it under the dash out the way. Even on the side of the gearbox tunnel. It used to be quite a good little place to mount them. Of course, this is one of the older rigs which is still fairly lumpy, but some of the more modern ones you could get away with mounting just on Velcro. As all of these rigs from this particular stash, this looks absolutely untouched. It doesn't look like anybody's been inside this at all. It's very good neck. And it is working very well. Surprisingly well, actually. Let's just get you in a bit closer. Hopefully you can see this. I'm just going to whip the speaker out a second. Don't need that really while we're having a look at it. I don't know that I've got any alignment instructions for this, and I know Richard's done one of these, Mr. UK CB Radio Servicing. That's weird. It's like they've got a bit of wax or something, or is it a sticker? Oh, it's like a plastic sticker over the top of it to stop it shorting anything out. Not that it's going to. Oh, the power supply is not good. Look at the state of that. Look at that. Oh no. Oh no. Let's get a bit closer. Turn that top light off because we should be able to see it a bit better. Get the glare on it. What has gone on with that power supply? Not good. Not good. Probably better with that light turned on, actually. Yeah. We've got bare wires there. Hell. So that's going to need to be sorted. Trying to see where they go. There's two. I think it's those two. That's obviously the ground wire. That's the positive. So I'm going to need to pop that out. I have got some more cable here somewhere for wiring these up, but that's shocking. Surprised that hasn't shorted anything out really. As for everything else in here, it doesn't look like it's been messed with. Maybe the output coils have been turned a bit. So we've got our PLO here. This is one of these Motorola MC14510-6P PLO chips. That's our reference crystal and trimmer. So we can trim that to get it back on frequency as far as I'm aware. This has got to be the output up through here. I think the final one is in this little hole here. I don't think you can see that because of the light, but there is actually a slug inside that one. That might be for the 50 meg trimmer to get the oh, what's it called? The harmonic trap. I must catch up with your you've got a video out, Andy, on your CB collection, which I haven't watched yet, so I must do that. Have I ever used water slide for fascias during resto? Yes, I definitely have, Nathan. Quite a lot. I've got a Harvard good buddy here as well, Nathan. I've got a couple horrible things, but you know, if you like them, if they're tuned properly and you haven't got a lot of local interference, then yeah. Brett, what's that? What's going on, Brett? Oh, you're on about the power supply. It's got a relay in it. How interesting. Yeah. Transmit relay. There's a few sets had these. Let's have a look at the contacts on it. Looks okay, it's not burnt up or anything. I'm trying to think of the other sets that had relays in them. There was a few that had relays. We've got to get this power supply cable sorted. Trying to think what I've done with the wire that came recently. What have I done with that? I usually keep all my sort of CB wire all together underneath there, but it appears that I haven't been that neat and tidy with it this time. Mrs. Cruncher's tidied me up here. Yeah, I did have a load of wire came in from CPC for CB radio wiring up. I need to find it because I can't leave it like that, even though it's not doing anything, I don't suppose, but we are trying to repair these today as well as give them a bit of a tune-up. What the hell's happened to that then? Can we chuck that on top of it? No. Well, I'll have to have a think about where I put that. It's usually all to hand here somewhere, but that appears to have done a runner. I've got various piles of stuff for various projects here, and I'm not very organised at the moment. Ah, that's a shame. I wonder what I've done with it. But yeah, I can't leave that like that. That is really bad. I do need to find that box with all that stuff in, because it's actually got the replacement fuse holders in it as well. So anyway, as I say, these three here will be on the transmit path, possibly that one, but that might be VCO, so I probably won't touch that one because I don't really know for sure. There's no screen printing on this at all, on either side. Some pretty ropey looking joints, so we need to go over those with a magnifier, but the radio is working, and it is working quite well, so we don't want to mess with it too much. A lot of these are sealed. This is possibly the IF. That might be the discriminator. I don't know. Detector. We've got two crystals up here now. We've got two crystals here with a trimmer by each one, so I'm not sure what on earth that does. Is that some sort of filters in there then? Because I didn't think these were very well filtered, but we've got two crystals with two little capacitor trimmers in there. So I wonder what that is. As I say, I've got no service information. I must have a look at some of Richard's videos. He's done a couple videos on these. The caps look okay. We've got no bulgy caps. And as I say, it is working. Yes, I'm not sure what's what on that. I just don't know. Crystal filter, that's what you think, Nick, but it'd be unusual. One of these cheap sets didn't have crystal filters in them. You're thinking the water slide for the high gain, awesome on the Good Buddy. I've got some stuff I've done a water slide on, Nathan. Now, this is water slide. That's all water slide transfers, and this is as well. That's all water slide. I've just sprayed it with lacquer, but that's water slide. And also the front that I did of that power supply's water slide, so it does work. It was an odd design, 2 crystals for the down mixing. Right. You need an aerial. You do need an aerial. Just get yourself a mag mount, stick it on the top of the car, but you'll need an SWR meter, Paddy. Yeah, so it does work out well. Mine's a laser printer. I think laser's better, but you can get like a fixer for you can get like a fixer spray for inkjet. Problem with inkjet, as soon as you stick it in the water, it could potentially start bleeding. As I say, somewhere I have got a box. Let me just go and see if I can find this CPC box with the bits and pieces in it. It must be here somewhere. See, Mrs. Cruncher's tidied me up and put a load of stuff in the spare room. So it could be here, it could be anywhere. CPC box, where are you? Here, box. CPC, CPC, where are you? Yes, tidying me up doesn't always work because I can't never find anything afterwards. What's she done with it? Oh well. There's a really big hank of the black and red wire. That's what I'm looking for. It doesn't look like I'm going to find it. I'm going to have to give up on that. Oh, steady. Then he kicked the beer over. Okay, let's give up on that for now. Gonna have to do something with this because it's going to short out else. Let's take it out. Let's ev it out. So I believe it's that one. And that one's the positive. God, this thing's not working very well at the moment. So I'm just desoldering these two up here for the power supply wires. I can't even speak properly now. Hi Valdir, how are you? What are you taking today? This is a CB radio, Valdir. A CB radio from the 1980s. At the moment, we've got another one to look at in a minute, but this one is actually working. It's working pretty well as well. We can probably trim the receive a little bit better. Where's the goats? They're here. Oh, you don't want to go that one. There he is. Someone put in the comments, what on earth was that noise? Because I set the goats off without showing what I was doing. You thought someone had got killed locally. That's funny. Let's tidy this up a bit better now. I've cleaned the solder sucker out. I should use the normal one really, but right, let's get that mess out. What a pain that I can't find that wiring. Look at the state of that, look. Dear oh dear. Look at that. That was an accident waiting to happen, wasn't it? What have I got here? Do I want to pinch that? I don't really want to chop up one of my cables. What, that one? What's that? No. That one, no. It's really annoying that I can't find that. Really annoying. So I've got one of these Maplin's fuse holders, good to go. It can't be far, it's got to be here somewhere. Oh dear, where is it? Aha, hang on, I've got it. I've only got it. He's only gone and found it. Right, what's this then? This'll do. 3 amp. 3 amp, or do I go bigger? Let's go slightly bigger. This, I think this is 5 amp, but this is a bit thicker. Actually, no, that'll do fine. I don't need. What do you need 3 amp cable for? The most it's going to see is an amp. Right. Let's get the main camera back again, because it's difficult to see what we're up to from camera there. Right. Let's get ourselves sorted. Get ourselves sorted. Let's get this cable done. Might as well get it done as we go. I'll say this is CPC, it's car audio, 2-core figure of 8, 10 meters. There's a lot of the companies like RS and that, you can only buy like a 50-meter roll, and you don't, what do you need 50 meters? It's not like I do loads and loads of these. I don't need 50 meters roll. Time to go and get a beer and join Rachel for the rugby. Have a good one, mate. Catch you soon, Stephen. Yeah, Maplin's, although it was expensive for bits and pieces, it was so convenient, Benji, wasn't it? And stuff like this, I mean, I had a real good search around to try and find some more of these. It's only a car fuse holder, a solderable one. But could I find them? Could I? How? I have found some, but I don't know where they are. I don't know where they are at the moment. So this is more than adequate. Yeah, that's fine. So let's get this put in a minute. Making sure we get it in the right holes. So I'll just tin that a minute. Good drop that is. Okay, and I believe that was a positive that way. Let's just stick this through here for a minute, save me cutting the whole reel off for now. As I say, I've sort of bought all these in to have a play with on the channel, but also to get rid of afterwards, because I don't really need a load of CBs. Just solder that up. You're still new at it, Nick. You proved something by mistake. The link doesn't work. Yeah, links are okay. I don't mind people putting links as long as someone just has a quick check first to make sure it's not nothing dodgy. That's not good English, is it? Not nothing dodgy. There we go. So that's my new power supply. Leads in. Where are we? Back here. Give them a quick squirt off. Oh, steady. It's got lots of nastiness beside it there. I suspect that's the diode that may have been changed at some time. That's a bit cleaner. Okay, sure. So that's done. We need to try and find a grommet. I mean, you can tie a big knot in it to stop it pulling out, but that's not great. I'm trying to think when we grommet. I've got some here somewhere to hand, rather than digging out a box full of them. Never to hand when you want them, though, are they? Never to hand when you want them. There we go. I think there's one in here. No, that's a broken one. Is it broken? Yeah, it's too big anyway. Let me get a cable grommet a minute then. My cable grommet stash. should be in here somewhere. Yay! Hopefully these will work. 5.6 to 6.2. We'll see. So it's these things. That's what you need, and they make them in different sizes. I bought these in for a specific project, so they're not really geared up for this. But let's have a quick look and see if that'll do it. Actually, yes, that will do it. Woohoo! Let's see if the hole in the back of the case is the right size next then. What's the betting that ain't the right size? So I'm going to have to bite the bullet and pull this off. How much length do we want that? That should be more than enough there. It's about 1.5 meters, I think. Let's just pull that back a minute. £1 for 10 resistors towards the end. RIP Maplin. They are still about online, Michael. I don't know if you knew that, but they are still about online apparently. Well, I know they are because I looked the other week. I don't know if these are the right size, you know. No, unfortunately they're just that little bit too big. But that's the sort of thing that I need, one of these. I'm going to need to try and find some smaller ones. So for the time being, we'll just tie a nice big knot in it. Bit of a botch, but it's better than it ripping right out of the radio with it still connected, isn't it? There we go. Not great, but a lot better than it was. Yeah, that ain't going anywhere now. Much happier with that. So we've got to fit our car fuse holder. If anybody knows a reasonably priced supplier for that, I think I bought 10 from CPC, but they weren't very cheap. I mean, these would have been like £1 if that from Maplin's, but I think they're a couple of £3 each from CPC, and some of them are like ridiculous money. So let's have a look at a factory-made CB cable. Can we find one anywhere? Can we, never find anything when you want it, can you? I'm just looking for a proper factory-made CB cable. Here we go. Just ready to get a feel for how far off of the plug that the fuse is. So really we need to be putting our fuse in around about there. Round about there, if I can get the wire broken apart. Ugh, God. Hey Doug, how you doing? It may not be a round hole. It's not. It's made for these. It's I don't know what you'd call it. It's round but with two flatted edges on it. So let's do this side first. Again, these have got to be the right way round, so as you don't have a live knocking about. So the piece here needs to be at the top. So that needs to be in there. I'm going to stick that little thing there on. Needs a fiddly to put on these, but well worth it. And just see if we can balance that up right. Okay, it's not going to stay up on its own, is it? It says knocking it over again. Stay. Don't breathe. Right. Just snip the rough end off of that. Get rid of the flux. Old school rubber grommet. I think a rubber grommet would help. I don't think it'll actually clamp the cable, but it would stop the cable rubbing against the metalwork there. I'll have a look, see in a minute. I might find a grommet that'll fit on there, but it's not really a proper job. I need to get the correct size. Just filing that flat. There we go, that's one side in. So the next bit's fairly tricky. You need to get it so as it still stays in line, if you know what I mean. So that locks into there. So I need to cut it back to about, let's try, I think the fuse is going to be about there. To cut it back to there, I think. Bet there. So this time we've got to make sure we've got all the bits on here. So we got that end of the holder, we got the spring, and there should be another one of those little tiny ferrules here somewhere. There we go. Steady. that going to stay up there? Stay. Ah, come on. No, go that way. Go that way. It doesn't want to stay in the right place now, does it? I want it to try and be in line with the cable, but... I'll do roughly. That'll do roughly. Hot, hot, hot. Let's get rid of the flux. You don't want flux all over your fuse. Surprising how much flux is in that solder actually. Let's give that a file off flush. Now we want a 3 amp fuse, or 2 amp, 3 amp. I usually put 3 amp in them. Let's get my fuses. Hopefully this will sort of line up very nicely, thank you. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good. There we go. So we've got the correct fuse. And we've got a decent power cord. Right, that's one job done. Let's get some of this junk off the bench. Certainly beats the lash up that was in there, doesn't it? Let's just get a bit of the wire pulled back here. Just tin that. It looks like this has had another output transistor in it actually. I wonder if that's how they've managed to squeeze the power up on this thing. Or is that the driver? Oh, strange. That's a 2SC2078. It's definitely got a load of new heatsink compound on it. I'm sure you can see the one I mean down here. That's been changed. So that's the output. Okay, let's connect this back up then. No, we don't want those leads. That's the wrong ones. We want those two. Just one is here. That's one thing. It seems that everybody that ever had a CB used to like to have a tinker with it themselves, which is all well and good if you're going to keep it, but if you're going to get rid of it, you need to make sure it's right, really. There, right. So, where's me other wire gone? Oh, one of me wires has come off now, look. Oh, damn. I think that was just on there, actually. Oh well, speaker wire's come off now. Great. Let's connect it back up. To the test set. We don't need the mic plugged in to get the audio on it, but you know. Chris, how you doing? You're watching out the corner of your eye where you work on the television. Oh, we love that television, Chris. Okay, power on. So it's drawn about an amp. You can hear our little relay jumping across there. Yeah, we all had a go, Nathan's saying, and the rig doctors fixed what we broke. Sugru can be used to make a decent impromptu grommet. Stick a tie wrap on it. It's got a lovely knot, Benji. It's got a beautiful knot in it now. The best knot you've ever seen. Right, okay. So we're all right with DX. And let's turn the squelch back. Squelch doesn't seem to do a thing. Squelch isn't working. I'm turning the squelch back and it's still, you can still hear the signal. Let's go at trimming these back a bit. It's strange that the output's there. Oh well. Christ, it'll do more than 5 watts, this one. 5.2 watts. 5.25. That seems to be making no difference. Let's pull it back to 4 on this one. Okay, so that's doing 4 watts now. Low power. It's doing 0.5 on low. I wonder if that one was low. No, can't be then. Strange. .9. 4.03. Let's just trim that trimmer a little bit. 79125. There we go, bang on frequency now. Must be a voltage regulator at the back. I wonder if that's low power there. No. Maybe there's no adjustment for low power. I don't know, but it's looking fine on the test set. I don't know where the discriminator is. Let's try giving it a tune up then on the test set on receive. See if we can get it better than that 0.7. So I've got to be careful. I mean, one of these is screwed right up. So if I could picture in picture, I might have to just zoom in a bit closer. We're looking at the synad meter really, which is this one here. This is probably, yeah, you can see that. You can see that. Meter adjust. I need to adjust the meter for sure. Life's too short for QRP. Jackson's off, are you? Catch you later, mate. Thanks for popping in. The pot was moving the meters. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right, okay. So that was the that was a transmit. Ah, yes, okay. Thank you for that, Andy. So we can set that then, because we know we want to be, well, normally it's just in between the red and the green for full power. So we'll leave it at that. Well spotted, Andy. Thanks for that, mate. I need another beer for that. Okay. So let's turn the level back a bit. And we'll have a twiddle. So I think, looking at it, that it runs that way. I don't really want to mess with these down here because I don't know which one. I mean, this might be the discriminator here. Yeah, not 100% sure. Well, I'm getting a fair gain there, but well, that woke up all of a sudden. I think that was just interference. Yeah, not sure on that one. To this one. Not making a lot of difference now. Let's try that one. This one's screwed right. Don't think that. Well, I don't know that we've gained a lot there. Let's try that again then. Let's go over to the that meter there. Let's do our 12 dB synad. For some reason it wouldn't even measure that. Strange. So 12 dB synad, according to that, 12 dB synad is 0.32 now. So it was 0.7 before. No, it's sort of, if it goes really low, it just cuts off. Yeah, I mean this starts at, I can still hear it there. I still think there's something up with that pot there. I've got a feeling that's a discriminator actually. Let me, apologies for the noise. Let me stick it back onto the oscilloscope a minute then. Let's have a look at the oscilloscope. I think that could be the discriminator, that one. So let me just set up my box of tricks that I made. My little thing that I can connect the scope up with. So let's connect that up. This is my little RF tap that I built from TRX Bench, and it's good to see TRX Bench is back with us. Peter is back in the house, which is great news. It was well missed, Peter was. Gotta love a TRX Bench video. I think Peter certainly had a lot of messages asking where he was. He probably got fed up in the end. I thought, oh, sod it, I might as well carry on, because they're all badgering me. Right, so this thing here just allows me to connect up my scope to this this thing. So when I'm keying up, I'm not keying up directly into the scope. If I can find my lead, that is, because I did pull it out the other day because it was connected up. Oh my. Right. So I think that one that I was messing about was a discriminator, because that made a big difference to the signal by me twiddling it. Twiddling is not a good idea when you don't know what you're twiddling. So let me see if I can... So let's chuck in 100 microvolts, turn my tap up. It's auto set. Channel 2 is off. Hang on. No, I've got that wrong. I've got that wrong. I need the T-piece. I'm checking the receive audio, not the transmitted audio. Come on, Graham, sort yourself out. What are you doing? Ow. I'm now going to find my little tub of adapters. And the T-piece isn't in there because it was on the end of that coax and I used it for something else. I'm not very organised here today, am I, people? Not very organised. You've been able to do this recycling. The wind could cut somebody in two. It's cold. Afternoon, Peter. How are you? Okay, I need to find my little T-piece, which was connected into my aerial, but I've since taken it out and I haven't put it back tidily as usual. I need that to check the discriminator. Now, where would you have put that, Graham? 6 degrees there, Benji, is it? I don't know what it is here, but it's still howling out there. I can hear it. Okay. I have lost my little BNC T-piece. Ah, no, I can see it. I got it. I have it. It's dropped down behind. That's what I was looking for. BNC T-piece. Let's have a look. So I want that connected into there. Come on, get off. Right. So I've just got the scope connected up to the. That's better. That's better. So it's a bit of a mess of wires here, but I'm hoping you can sort of see what's going on. Yeah, you can. That's the scope. So this is the signal, 100 microvolts. Let's just get it a bit better on the scope. It's not looking particularly healthy, is it? No, it's not looking very nice at all, that. So let's have a listen. Let's get our twiddler. Twiddle stick. just have a go at that one again, because I'm sure it's that one. Well, that's the best. That's about it there. What other one did we try? This one? No, that's nothing to do with it. And this one doesn't seem to affect it either. No. Okay, so I think that's as good as we're going to get the detector. I don't know why we couldn't measure the RF output power with that. So let's just take that off again. Let's put that back in there. Now we can see it. Yeah, okay, so I can see it now on the scope. If I go back and picture in picture, I key up, you can see the trace there. If I mess with the transformers, you can see it peaking. So that's a peak there, peak there. That one makes no difference. Just go down to this one. I think that's a 50 meg trap. So let's go back to this. I'm just checking my S meter, and that's trimmed back to 4 watts there. Okay. So let's go back to the meter. If I can find it. Am I stood in front of it? Now one of these is going to be the receive S meter. We should be on S9 and we're way over that. That's got to be one of these. Let's try. That's the one. There he is. Strange. That seems to be the one, but it's pegging the needle. It doesn't really want to set it for some reason. Let's give it a squirt. Let's give it a little squirt. Let's give it a little workout. About there. Ah, got it. There. Well, that's a bit twitchy. So our meter's lined up now as it should be. You can't really see that, but it's bang on S9 now on the meter. So let's transmit again. We should B. No, our transmit meter's all over the shop now. What's going on here then? That doesn't adjust that one, does it? No, is this one here? Perhaps they're interactive then. Yeah, they're interactive. That's bizarre. That's bizarre. 2 meters are interactive. That's S9. Yeah, fine. That's weird. Right, let's just hook up back direct again. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. I'm getting there. Simon, how you doing, mate? You want to hear a bit of Wallow, don't you? That's all you're in for. He's only here for the Wallow. Oh, hello, steady. I think that must be the 50 meg trap in there, one of these two, because neither of these are making any difference, and I haven't got the spectrum analyzer hooked up at the moment to check that, but I will do. That's a bit of an experiment, that, because I've got one of those tiny SAs. I know it's not a full-on spectrum analyzer, but to be fair, I haven't got the funds to get a £1,000 spectrum analyzer at the moment. I need to sell a lot of radios to get one of those. Oh dear. Right. Hi Andrew Brooks, how are you? Metal box with a hole is probably the 54 meg trap. I think it probably is, Andrew. I'm sure you're right. I'm sure that is. And welcome, mate, as well. Someone's on the 1.9. What's a copy, look? We won't have a copy quite yet because we won't finish with this radio. What else have we got to do to this? There's no squelch for some reason. There is no squelch. Let's turn it down to 1 microvolt. Absolutely no squelch whatsoever. The squelch is not coming in. So let me see if I can find out which is the squelch pot in this thing. Let's turn that racket down a minute. Let's see if I can find out which is the squelch pot now. I have got a couple diagrams on this. No, we don't want that. We want a screen cap. There we go. So this is the schematic for this, and the squelch pot is, oh, where is it? Deviation is, I can't even see what that says. Squelch is R49 squelch. Just up here. Hopefully you're on my screen. Yes, you are. So R49 is the squelch pot. So somewhere I've got board layout. Let's find R49. Just trying to see where we've got pots here. So we've got oh, this isn't easy to follow. Right, okay. It's upside down, isn't it? Why is it mirrored? Why have they got to do that? So this is our output stage, so we're over here. So R84 was the one that I found was for R84 was the S meter. We got another one there, R29. I've forgotten already. I've forgotten already what one we want. We want R49. R49, it's like a needle in a haystack, isn't it? You basically got to look at the circuit board, find a potentiometer, and then try and work out if that's the one. Okay, there's one in the middle. There's two ceramic filters by the looks of it. So there's IC4. It's over here somewhere. No, that's R107 that I'm looking at, which is the upright one. R107. God knows what that is. Don't tell me there's not actually a squelch. There is a squelch pot for it, but where the hell is it? So that's S meter. Well, unless I'm cracking up, I can only see 4 pots in there. One is the S meter. One is transmit S meter. One is receive S meter. What is this one here then? I'm just looking back to this one here, which is, so it's R29. Is that nearer the front? No. Now R84 is the one nearest the front. R29 is the one that we changed for the S meter. R107. R98 was the transmit. Where the hell is that other one then? It's a shame I've got no alignment instructions for this. I did have a look, but I can't find any alignment info for it at all. Unless that is the actual pot. That's a point. That's the actual squelch control, isn't it? Not the adjustment. That is the actual squelch control. So it doesn't look like there is an adjustment on it. That's the actual squelch pot, isn't it? Of course it is. R49. Let's just go to the front panel then. Yeah. Okay. So it's this one. So one side of this will be ground. Is that the earthy side? Across R50, yeah, that's the, is that the ground? Yeah, that looks like it could be onto the ground plane. Where's the wiper of it? That'll be the squelch adjustment point. There, up there, onto the, this is not going to be something I'm going to follow now, trying to do this. It doesn't look like there's any squelch adjustment point on it at all. So either I've got a knackered pot, so it's worth giving that a squirt of something, isn't it? So let's go back to the overhead camera. I don't think there is a squelch adjustment on this one, unless anybody knows different. Andrew, how you doing? From St John's, Antigua. 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh dear. Welcome, Andrew, anyway. So let's give this squelch pot a squirt, just see if that makes any difference, but it doesn't appear that there's any adjustment on it. And we've got another radio to play with yet, so let's give that a go with the deoxit. Not deoxit, Servisol. Servisol Super 10. Fed up with the spout on the deoxit, as Chris pointed out, I think in his last video, the latest deoxit has got a shocking straw thing on it. I preferred the old one that had a high-low setting. Right, let's see if that made any difference. No, squelch is not coming in at all. So there's got to be a fault on there somewhere on that circuit. We have no squelch. We have no squelch. How you doing, Peter? Free shortwave listening station, Peter, from Germany. Fancy to drive out. Fed up with lockdown, so I ended up there. Very good, Andrew. So I'm just I'm going to have a quick look at this circuit again. The schematic. So it could be, let's just turn that down a minute. So this is squelch here. I don't think that is anything to do with squelch, is it? Q10. Because this is the negative rail. Assuming this is where it's getting its power from, up here. And that's the wiper going out to here. Then we've got this IC, so it could be this D2, look, I suppose. So this is the wiper from the squelch, comes up to here. So it could be a D2, which is a 1N4148 by the MC3357P. Okay, I can see that one. Let's pop the power off to it a minute. So just see if I can get the diode tester on this a minute, D2. So let's find where that is. This is that IC, I believe. IC4. And where's D2 then? It is a needle in a haystack, this thing, isn't it? D5, D3, D4. Well, it's right up here, look, by IC1. Or am I looking at IC? The problem is this is mirrored, this board. So what you're looking at is mirrored for some reason. I don't know how they've done that. IC2 is up here. That is IC1. D2 is just in behind there. Okay. I can see it. But can I get to it? I'll tell you what. It's only a 1N4148 and I've not ever really had one of those go in a circuit. but not to say it won't here. See if I can get the multimeter on it. But that is the plan, this one here. So if that was shorted, it would allow the signal to go back here. I suppose it could be a problem with this IC. It could be one of these resistors, I suppose. I don't know if this Q10 has got anything to do with the squelch circuit. It doesn't appear to be connected. I'm assuming this is the input to the squelch circuit on this line. Not sure. So we've got another couple diodes on the circuit. I would have thought this was where it's getting its power from, perhaps. But then we've got another transistor there connected into this circuit. So there's a few components in that circuit that could be dodgy, isn't there? There's a few dodgy components. The island vibes are real. Oh dear. Gotta love it. Right, let's see if I can get some sort of probage connected up here. Is this going to play ball today? I doubt it. It never does play ball. Bear with me. I'm still on the schematic, I know, but I'm just trying to see if I can get a reading on this. You can't really see a lot with me, to be fair. So it's that one there. Unusual. Short. Come on. I think maybe I was connected onto the resistor and not the diode. These little grabber leads are a pain. I'm going to try that again. Okay, so I've got nothing that way. Let's just swap those leads over then. So let's go to there. If it'll stay there, let's try the other way. Yeah, that diode's okay, so there's no issues with that diode. So I think the squelch is going to have to look for another day. So you think the Q10 looks like an LED driver, Nick? Q10 looks like an LED driver. Well, it's definitely driving an LED. D7. Pardon me, whatever that is. It doesn't look to be connected to the squelch circuit. I mean, there's another wire coming off down here. Q16 looks like it's connected directly into the squelch circuit then. That's coming in on the input to the squelch by the looks of it. So that's where it's picking up its signal from. That looks familiar. We've got a block diagram here, look. So this is worth a look as well. This will hopefully give us some squelch control. Squelch amp. IF limiter. Yeah. Where is it though? It's all very well. Okay. That's actually in that IC. So IC1 MC3357. Let's just get me off the picture a minute. It's got the squelch amplifier built in. So our squelch control comes directly out of that amplifier. So have we got a dodgy MC3357 perhaps? Because there is no adjustment as far as I can see for the squelch. It seems strange because the rest of this is all working fine. Otherwise, we wouldn't get any radio, would we? You know, if we got no IF limiter or demodulator, then we'd be in trouble. Schematic. I mean, if this was out and not working, what else wouldn't work? What does Q16 do? Where is Q16 in the circuit? It's on the amplifier circuit, isn't it? No, that's the amplifier there. It's on the microphone. That's audio. I don't know is the answer to that. There's a few components there. I mean, I'm assuming that the pot's okay. It's unlikely that that would fail, but you can try it while you're having a look at the schematic. Let's have a look. So one side's going to be the earthy side. Centre's going to be the wiper. I think so. It's there to there. Yes, well, it won't quite go up to 5K, but it's doing 0 to 3.8. Let's go right across it. Yeah, it's only 3.8K. That pot should be 5, so it is not right. It's quite a bit down, isn't it? It's only measuring 3.8K, but then there is stuff across it possibly that could be dragging that down. Oh well. Where are we? Back to nothing. P12 on the MC3357 is the squelch input. A link to the schematic, Ninja. Let me have a look, see if I can find that for you. No, I've downloaded that. Now, where did I find it? I found it on CB Tricks. If I pop this in for you. Oh, I don't want to paste it, no. Let me stick that in the thing. So that gives you the schematic, the block diagram and the board layout, the juice and lot. So this is that chip there. So Andrew's saying that the squelch input is, there it is, the MC3357P. Squelch input is pin 12. So let's have a look at the pin outs. Where's me pointer? So 1, 2, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 4 in from the back side. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's that diode, Andrew. So that's where that diode is. I've just tested that diode, and it's shown as a diode across there. If I stick my meter on diode test, let's untangle everything here. Zoom back out. I stick my meter on diode test. Let's go that way. Nothing. Hang on, is that the right one? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, hang on, it's that one there. Nothing that way. Nothing that is. Hang on. Let me just check that that is the right pin. I think this one back here is the diode, the next one, but well, the diode is just there. But I can only get to one side of it, this side of the board. Let me see if I can find that diode. The diode is on the input to that pin. Yeah, there's that diode is on those 2 pins. So we've definitely got a diode there, that way, and if I go around that way, nothing. So that diode is okay, but that's pin 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, I think. Yeah, that's pin 13, not pin 12. Let's have a quick look at that diagram again. Hey. Oh, can that rain again? I must have got my pin count wrong, you know. Yeah, I must have got my pin count wrong because pin 13 is all the way over here. It's nothing to do with that diode. That diode is definitely across pin 12. And then back to the squelch control. Let me count these again. So pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is the fourth one in. So if I flip it over, okay, yeah, gone the wrong way. Gone the wrong way, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, it's there. So it's that one, which is the one I was checking. So we've got a diode there. If I reverse it, nothing. So that diode is fine. So D2 is no problem. We have got a capacitor there, look, C12. We've got this capacitor here, C12, which is also connected to pin 12, 4.7 microfarads. So that could drag the squelch down to the ground. If that had failed. So let's see if we can find 12, C12. It's got to be here somewhere. Got to be in this area. You'd think, wouldn't you? C52, C15. It's got to be one of these two here somewhere. C49, 46, C13. C13, come on, with C12. I'm probably looking right at it. There's definitely C12, yeah, 4.7. C11, C13. You've all seen it and you're shouting at me, I expect. It's got to be here somewhere because it's connected to pin 12. So that comes out into there and it goes across. So we've got C15, R47, it's almost like it doesn't coincide with it, doesn't it? Because that is definitely showing a junction there. And 4.7 to ground from pin 12 of IC1. Unless I'm cracking up. You were correct, Andrew. Yeah, that's right, but I can't find it on the radio. The actual board layout doesn't seem to show it. Like I say, unless I'm cracking up. It's an electrolytic, definitely. Let's go a bit further afield. See 112. See 114. Let me get my eyes on. So there's a 4.7 at the back underneath the speaker jack. Where am I going? Which way? Which way? Am I going this way? That speaker jack. Yeah, so one of these is a 4.7, but there's no C12 there. Well, I'm probably looking straight at the thing, but I'm buggered if I can see it. Oh, actually, there's one in there, look. That's a 4.7. That's just off the edge of it here. That's not even marked on the circuit. All right, hang on, it's over this side. I think it's that one there, you know. I think it's that one. Someone's actually put an X across that. Look at that. They're sods, aren't they? That's it there. And someone's put an X through it. Oh. See, we've got this Murata filter here just behind it, ceramic filter. So let's check that one then. Let me just show you where that is on the radio. At least we've got a schematic. It might be a pain in the neck sometimes where people have messed with it, but there it is. And it looks wrong, doesn't it? Because if you look at, let's just see if we turn that off, if we get a better picture. Get some of that glare off of it. Yeah. Let's pop that up a little bit. No, that doesn't really help actually. It's better with that on. So you can see that the shrink wrap on this capacitor compared to all these others has shrunk right back, so that would potentially mean that this capacitor's got really hot. You can see it's different. It looks different to all the other ones in that area. You wish they standardise all circuit layouts to be squared and labelled. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Andrew. That makes a hell of a difference if they label them. Right, let's get my multimeter out of the way for a minute. Let's see if we can find that on the bottom side of the board. That's the next amazing feat. So we've got a 3. I think it's just there. I think it's that one there. So I wonder why they X'd that on the circuit. Let me see if we can get that out, if that is the one. So the ground is there. That's the one. That is the boy. So the negative is facing there. Let's pull that one out. Okay, place your bets then. What do you think it is? What will it be? Eyes down, looking. Is this absolutely shot? Shot or not? Yeah, it's not looking right. As I say, it looks like it shrunk back, which is a sign of it overheating. Come on then, 4.7. What's it going to be? I'm going to watch our time as well. Got another radio to look at yet. One of interest to Nathan, I think. Place your bets then. 4.7 microfarads. I don't know what the voltage is on it. 25 volts. We have no squelch whatsoever, so that could be leaking it totally to ground. I'm just going to have a quick comfort break. Will you ever guess? Right, that's better. Are we all done? Is it going to be absolutely knackered or not? If it is, then I'll be quite pleased that I've actually done a bit of detective work. Play the Zorba comfort break music. Oh dear. Right, here we go then. We ready? All done? Oh, that's disappointing. That's disappointing. Okay, the ESR's a little bit high, but not the short-circuited capacitor I was hoping for, really. A little bit strange that you're disappointed that a capacitor's not short-circuited, but oh well. We'll stick another one in anyway. We'll pop another one in. These are a bit high voltage, 50 volts. We don't want a 50 volt cap in there. What else have we got here? 50 volt, 63 volt. What's that one? That's 2.2, that's in the wrong hole even. '63. What's that one there? 50 volt. 35 volt, there we go, that'll do. Who won that anyway? Who was the winner? I think you all went high. Nick was 5. Doug was 5.2. What was it? I forgot what it was now. 5.3. Got to be Doug then, hasn't it? Yeah, Doug. Let's have a look what the new one is then. What's this? Nichicon. Yeah, there's quite a difference in ESR alert. That's 0.57. That was 2 point something. So it does look like that's got really hot at some stage, but has it got hot because of the cap, or is there something else that's made it get hot? That's the dilemma. So let's pop that capacitor in the new one and see if that makes any difference whatsoever. So a random new capacitor, the random new cap. I don't know if you can hear that rain out there, but it's absolutely hammering down. Just hammering down. No, I want that one. Just hammering down out there. How are we all doing anyway? Good so far or rubbish? Rubbish. Oops. Somebody on the CB. There's life. I just need to check deviation on this, and then we can give it an on-the-air test, I think. But I don't think we're going to get the squelch fixed today. You never know, that might have miraculously done it. I forgot where it was now. I mean, there's a lot of flux on this board. Let's have a quick look, make sure we haven't got any dry joints in that area. Make sure there's no dry joints there. We've got a little tiny solder ball there now after me soldering. So that's my nice new cap. No. Nothing that I can see. You can sort of see where people have done work in the past. But it's not been extensively worked on, it's just had a new output, that's all. A bit of soldering down there. I don't know what that is. It's probably the diode, I expect. It's had another diode in it. That's the favourite faults, isn't it, really? The reverse protection diode and the output transistor. Output transistors because you haven't had an aerial in it and you've keyed it up wondering why it's not working, and then you've popped your output transistor. And reverse polarity is reverse polarity. You stick the leads in the wrong way around and it'll go pop. Yeah, I can't see anything there, anything of note. Yeah, very often a visual check will find you a fault, but I can't see one on here at the moment. What I'll do is I'll put my hand in underneath and we'll give everything in that area a wiggle just to make sure nothing moves. Nope. So next thing really is to check the wire in a minute. Just zoom you back out a bit. So squelch pot is this one in here. This far one. So we've got this wire comes across to here, which is our ground wire by the looks of it. It comes in there. Just trying to find out where the hell that is there. Doesn't look to go to anything. This goes through a hole there, which is exactly there. Okay, so it goes across to that terminal. Apologies, you can't see what I'm doing there at the moment. I'm just having a poke around the wire, and yeah, that one looks okay. So the red wire also comes down to here. It's a bank, so it's a third wire in there. First, second, third, that's this one. It goes down to here. I mean, there's lots. Oh, I know, there's a dodgy looking cap in there, look. There's a dodgy looking one in here. This one looks to have shrunk right back as well. Whoa, too far, too close. Get back. That one there, look. He's shrunk right back, but is it just crap capacitors where there's not great heat shrink? The blob of soda here. So I think the other wire is the blue one, which goes down to there. Blue one, just up there. So yeah, that one doesn't look great. A 10 microfarad. But is that anything to do with the squelch, I wonder? Certainly the plastic has gone right back almost off the edge of that one. And this large one at the back here also looks a bit dodgy. Could check R12, the 82K resistor. What is the CBDNT? It's not a DNT, Bob. It's it is an LCL 2740, mate. I mean the S meter's in all bent as well. Someone's had a whack or something. Yeah, see, the S meter's not in straight either. No, it is. Well, so the only other thing I can see is that that capacitor, that 10 microfarad one. Okay, let's see where the ground side of it is. Where's ground? To the right. That's in a real cluster of stuff, that is. Let's see if I can locate that a minute. Is it there? No, there. There he is. There he is. Across there. Let's pop that out a minute then. Let's pop that out. Pop it out for a look. Can come out for a holiday, can it? This solder sucker is getting worse. Right, make sure I get this the right way round. So it's 10 microfarads. Ugh. I think I said negative to the right, didn't I? Oh, hang on, have I got the wrong one? No, it's definitely the right one, but it's got really hot very quick. Let's oik him out and have a look. What's stopping it coming out? Whoa. Right, 10 at 16 with negative to the right, and these caps are Nichidan. Yeah, that one doesn't really look right at all. It's really squeezed in on the end. It looks like the whole lot's slid down on it. So 10 at 16, got loads of those. Negative to the right. 16 negative to the right. Let's pop one of those in. Just solder that up. There we go. And we're going to test that one as well, aren't we? Got to test it, haven't we? We've got to test it. Ten at 16 then. What do you think? Answers on a postcard. That's the Harrier CBHQ base station going in the background. Right, 10 at 16 then. $17.6 or dead. Could be one or the other. Right, deviation, then we're going to give it a go on the air. I think that's about as much as I can do for now. So, 10 at 16, are we all done? Still going. 12, 12.12, 14 for Bob, 17.6 or dead. You've gone for 17.6, Rich. I don't know, I do get through a lot of 10 microfarad 16 volt caps. I don't know why, but I bought a bulk bag of them last time and I'm nearly out of those. We all done? Keith's gone 11. I'm going to push a button. It's going to push it. Okay. Yeah, 14, but the ESR again is 1.65. So another one with high ESR. Okay, let's fire it back up and see if replacing that one in the squelch circuit has made any difference. Let's get some of this stuff off the bench out of the way. So who was closest at 14.08? It's Bob, wasn't it? I think it's Bob that was. Bob, you're a winner. Winner, winner. Chicken dinner. Pardon me. Oops. Gonna whack the camera out now. Okay. Strange that there's no adjustment for squelch. I must have a look through Richard's videos. It's a shame to what's the word I'm looking for? To rely on Richard to tell us how these radios work, but there's very little reference now. And I mean, I can see pretty much from the schematic where the transmit and receive adjustments are, but I certainly can't see a squelch adjustment. Right, okay. Let's turn it around that way. You can probably see the whole shebang then. The whole shebang. The radio could use a complete recap, but I don't know if it's worth it value-wise. I think you're right, Doug. I mean, this one at the back as well. This one here looks dodgy. That's one of the larger value caps. And it's unlikely they were even half decent. I mean, that's the only cap that I can see in the squelch circuit, and although the other one was higher ESR, I wouldn't have said it was that bad, but you know, you never know. Let's put a new wire here. Right, power on. Volume up. Squelch. No. Still no squelch operation. And we've got no dial light. Did we ever have a dial light though? Ah, the squelch is working. Squelch is working. It's working. Let's put it down to 1 microvolts. So 0.5 microvolts. It is working. It's working. It's working. It's shocking though. So I've got basically 0.08 of a microvolt. And it's coming in about, it's cutting off about 3/4 of the way around. So it's absolutely shot. But it is working. It is working. That's a bonus. Okay. Deviation. Wallow. Wallow. Oh dear, you idiot, Graham. Right, FM deviation. It's not good. Should be 2.5. .1. So, deviation. squelch is crap. Deviation. I did find this just now. Deviation pots. It was down here somewhere. Turn that down a minute. So deviation is R. I can't see it. Is it R64 or R84? I think it might be R84. I think it's R84. So I'm looking. This is deviation here. Look, R84. I think that is. It's difficult to see. I'm up as high as it will zoom. You won't go any further zooming than that. But that's R83. Look, and that's R85. So it's got to be R84. 10K. And we had one over here. Ah, okay, so it is the one. It's the one nearest the S meter here. So, okay, I'm with it. So that a one there. That a one there. So that one. So let's get the little oscillator thingy out, shall we? Should we sort of do it semi-properly first? If I can find my oscillator. Where's my oscillator gone? Have I lost that as well? No, I think I tidied that away somewhere safe. Oh my God, what have I done with my oscillator? Excuse me if I've got my ass in front of the camera. I thought I put it up there, but maybe I didn't. Might have fallen down the back, that one actually. Okay. So let's get twiddling. Let's give that a little squirt because the other one was a bit squitty. Give it a little work. Wait for that to come back. Whoa! Well, that's flat out. Just get it to peak on about 2, so that's flat out. Okay. Right. Let's hook her up. Let's hook her up. Let's get on the air with then. Let's get on the air with the old girl, see if it'll do anything. If it won't, then we'll have to go and ask Mrs. Cruncher very nicely. We'll have to ask Mrs. Cruncher very nicely if she would mind giving us a rig check. So let's plug external speaker in, because I've got the speaker disconnected. Squelch. Squelch, look where squelch comes in, look. It's better than it was. It was absolutely, well, it wasn't working at all before. Okay, let's get the aerial. Let's unplug the Harrier. Let's unplug the Harrier. Let's go around this way with the chair so as we don't fall over the aerial. Feel very good, that connector. There we go. Okay, right. Squelch. Is somebody by 20?
Radiocruncher, no copy, Lone Wolf.
Lone Wolf, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Wow, that's Gary. A Lone Wolf. You got a copy on the Radiocruncher? Come back. He's deaf. He needs to get a decent aerial. $19 for a Roger. Anyone buy the 1.9? Give me a rig check, please. A 1.9 for a Roger. Anyone let me know if I'm getting out, please.
Radiocruncher, no copy, Lone Wolf.
Yeah, Lone Wolf, I can hear you, mate. I can hear you, but I don't think you can hear me. Come back. Lone Wolf, I got no boots on. I got no boots. No boots, mate. No boots.
Roger.
Yeah, who was that? Roger. 1.9 for a Roger. Anybody out there hear me?
Sorry, I'm trying to listen in the bedroom to the computer in the front room. I'll run to the front room and see what you're saying.
I don't think you can hear me, Gary. Lone Wolf from Radiocruncher. Do you copy? He can't hear me. Yeah, Roger, are you out there? Roger, are you on the 1.9? Roger, copy. Let's have a flick around, see if there is anyone on. $1.9 for a rig check. Anyone buy the 1.9 got a copy on me? Typical, innit? Well, you know what this means. You know what this means. I'm going to have to go and beg Mrs. Cruncher for a copy. Not a coffee, a copy. Not 1.9 for a coffee. It used to be quite a good thing. 1.9 for a coffee back in the day. Right, let's get her hooked up. What have we got here? Oh, where's me handy's gone? I'm going to have to go deep. I'm going to have to go for a big handy. She's going to have one of these monsters. How about that for a handy? TRC 1005 realistic. What a beauty. Right, let me go and hook Mrs. Cruncher up. Mrs. Cruncher's going to go on the big box. Hello. Can you hear me? It's got a Roger bleep as well. I love it. What's the betting she's gone out to do the chickens? Mrs. Cruncher, Right, Maddie? Mrs. Cruncher, I need assistance.
Well, you have to wait. I've got to do the girls.
Can't you just give me a quick hello on the radio? I can't find the little one. You have to watch the aerial. Right, I'm gonna. Yeah, not the button. Just that one. Right. Yeah, watch aerial. Mrs. Cruncher's going to do the chickens, but she's going to give me a quick shout on the radio. So let's see if Mrs. Cruncher's.
Radiocruncher, you got me.
We can't hear you, Gary. Mrs. Cruncher, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can hear me. You're very quiet. Are you talking into the bit that says mic?
Yeah, you're very quiet.
Oh, you're better now.
You're still quiet.
If I talk loud into it, am I quiet still?
Quiet. Makes a really good change.
What do you mean? I'm always quiet. I'm like a little mouse.
I think not.
I think we got Gary on the side, but Gary, I don't think you can hear either of us, Gary, can you? No, Gary can't hear us. I think he can see us on screen, but we can definitely hear you, Gary, but you can't hear us. Mrs. Cruncher, thank you very much for the radio check.
That's okay. Please do not call again.
Okay, 10:10 till we do it again. Break a break. Well, there you go. It works. It's not great. It's not great, but it works. I thought it was on picture-in-picture then, but it wasn't. Doesn't matter. Not to worry. She's saying it's a bit quiet. I mean, there's no aerial connected to this, so let's just pop this one on channel 20. Would help if I turned it on. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. So a bit of feedback. Whether that's because I've got the case off, I don't know. I don't expect it'll make a lot of difference with the case. No, 1, 2, 1, 2. Certainly seems to be loud enough. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put it on low. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, it's working. It's working. I need to turn the RF gain down on that, actually. That might help. 1, 2, 1, 2. No. It's a squealer. I don't think the mic's knackered, Bob. I'm just a bit too close to it, really. I'm getting feedback into it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It does sound very, very sort of tinny. Unfortunately, I'm right beside the microphone. But yeah, if I put the mic near the other radio, I'm just got to have it turned away. But I can hear myself fine. So yeah, that does seem to be okay. We'll try once again for a Roger, if we can find anyone called Roger on the 19. We've got around about S4 of noise, and that's with the broadband router thing turned off. 19 for Roger. Anybody out there, let me know if I'm getting out, please. Yeah, I'm so remote here. There's not likely to be a lot of traffic around me, really. 1919 for Roger. Anybody out there, let me know if I'm just working, please. No, it's a no. I mean, the other thing that's an issue on this one is the dial lamp's out. Is this one of the ones that goes in the side of it? I mean, it might not even have a dial lamp. Yeah, it does. It goes in the side there by the looks of it. So the dial lamp's out of it. Let's just turn it off a minute. The other thing that I was going to just check was that I'd made any difference to the cyanide reading on it. Make good paperweights. Ah, well, 'twas worth a try, wasn't it? I mean, if I stick a few watts up the thing, I'm sure I could do some damage then. I'm sure Gary would hear me, but I think Gary's on a doublet aerial, I think, Gary, aren't you? You're not on a vertical. I think if you were on a vertical, you would hear me a lot better, Gary. But I think, if I'm right, you're on a wire antenna. Right. So I'm just going to go and do my on 12. 0.58. 0.58 now. I'm happy with that. It was 0.7 when I started, so 0.58's good enough. And it's as good as any other Uniden radios, to be honest. It's just 0.58 microvolts at 12 dB cyanide. That'll do me. So the deviation is up as high as it'll go, and we're only just peaking over 2, so it's not a great radio. I think probably it would benefit from a recap, because it's quite likely that some of those caps are dragging it down a bit. Let's get back onto the bench. Yes, it's quite likely that a lot of those old caps are dragging it down. I mean, I pulled 2 caps and done them that looked dodgy. They both had high ESR. It wouldn't cost a fortune to do it, would it? It's only my time, which if I'm doing it for myself, it don't cost me anything, does it? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 13 to go. And there's a tantalum. There's a couple of tantalums in there as well. It's a big lumpy one down here. So, and I say I need to just have a look at the VCO. But I think that's as good as it's going to get for now. So I'm going to pop that back together. I need to chuck that bit of wire in that was the other side of the speaker wire. Let's put this one to bed for now. And go bye-byes. But it is working, and it was fun having a look at it. That's upside down, Graham. Yes. It's working all right. I think Mrs. Cruncher will have done the chickens now, so we might be good for another rig check in a bit. Oh, this is weird, this case setup, isn't it? What's going on here? Like that? And did I find my little hanging label things? I don't know. I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. I've got a load of tie-on labels, but I can't find them at the moment. Unless... Actually, is that them? Aha! Yes. So we're gonna stick a label on this so as I know exactly what I've got to do, what I've got left to do, what I have done and what I haven't done. So we've got to find a grommet for the power cable. We've got to, what else have we got to do? We've got to do the dial lamp. I mean, these sets, they ain't worth a lot, people. Not going to make a fortune on one of these, selling it on. But it's good to have a play with them, isn't it? It's good to have a look. Oh, you've got an A99, Gary, have you? Really? I didn't know that. Of course, it's so long since I've been out there, Gary, isn't it? I'm not up with all this stuff. Oh, well, there you are. I wonder if you can hear me on the Harrier CBHQ then, Gary. So, because I always forget what the hell I've done or what I need to actually do. And Benji always tells me if I don't stick a label on it. So, needs dial lamp. What else does it need? Need grommet. I'm trying to think what else I need to do to it now. Dial lamp, grommet, VCO needs checking. VCO, recap. So it's doing 4 watts, 0.58 microvolts. 12 dB synod, and deviation needs looking at as well. So I think the deviation, I think that's a cap though. So that'll do me. We're going to tie that where it won't fall off. We'll tie it on the power cord. There you go, Benji. Fully labelled up, mate. Sorted. So how are we doing? We've only got half an hour left, so let's crack on and have a look at this communicator then. This is the last of the CBs that I had in this this stash that I bought. Let's get myself tidied up a little bit here because everything's everywhere. As per usual. I haven't had enough beer. I'm going to have to get another beer. Went up last summer. You haven't heard me on it before. Have you heard anyone else on it, Gary? You kept that quiet as well. We'll have a quick shout to Gary on the CBHQ. Can I get a camera over there? I don't think I can. Hang on, let's have a look. Get there. No, not really. Well, sort of. Well, there's a CBHQ. High power. 1-9 for a Roger. Anyone out there hear me? Lone Wolf, you buy the 1-9. Oh, I didn't realise that, Gary. I thought you had to double it up. I thought that's what you were using. Jump back in then, Gary. See if you can hear me on this one. Sorry to make you get back in your bedroom, mate. Get in your bedroom. Yeah, Lone Wolf. You got a copy on the Radiocruncher. Noise floor is pretty good. Imitation teak wood ends. Yeah, Lone Wolf, I hear you, mate. Bit back of the box, actually, a bit quiet. Can you hear me? Yeah, Lone Wolf, I think you went over me then. Can you hear me?
No, you're not making the trip, I'm afraid, Graham. No, we've done all tests on the Antron 99 over the past few months. But you're not making it today. You have before on other sets that you've done. But not today, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's not great, Gary. You can't hear me anyway, so I don't know why I'm talking into the mic. But you're about an S3 to 4, so quite weak. I've heard you better than that, but I think the rain has put the dampers on it, so to speak. Anyone else buy the 1-9 can hear me today? Not great conditions, but anyone buy 1-9 can hear me?
I know somebody's trying to get back, but can't pull you out the mush, I'm afraid. I've got very low noise, so just not making the trip, I'm afraid. Need another watt or two.
Well, unfortunately, we haven't got any more watts that we can give Gary. We haven't got any more watts for Gary today. So sorry, Gary. Cheers for the try, though, mate. Appreciate that very much. Mucho appreciato. And now my my webcam's gone a bit bonkers now. Oh no, we're still in. Whew. That's a relief. I thought I'd crash your webcam then. Right. Let's crack on, because Mrs. Cruncher will be wanting my undivided attention soon. And quite rightly so on Valentine's Day. So I'm going to grab a bottle of Old Peculiar just to help me along my journey. I've even turned off Mrs. Cruncher's internet today, just so as we can test these CBs, because the noise that the power line adapter makes is pretty shocking. It makes it very difficult. I need to get some boots. I have got some boots, to be fair. I have got some boots. I mean, maybe another day we'll hook some up and have a try. I think I've shown them to you before, but I've got a little one of those. I got a big one of those. I think, yeah, that's the only two I've got. I think I might have another one somewhere knocking about, but I mean, that one doesn't really work. That's a Zetagi B300P, very sought after amplifier, and I must try and refurbish that, but it's knackered. Someone's been inside it and done an absolute pig's ear of a job on it. This little thing here works. Yeah, that little thing works, but I say I need to connect that up to a bigger power supply. I don't know what it's a GL150. I think it probably does about 50 watts on, oh, 80 watts FM. I put a note on the back. 80 watts FM, and it draws 10 amps. So I need a 10 amp supply to run that one. There you go. So we've got some boots. We have some boots, but they ain't connected. Plus, obviously, it's not legal, but you know, there you go. So this is the set of interest. A very, very dirty but boxed communicators. Let's get that out of the way for a minute. Yeah, I think 80 watts would probably do the job, wouldn't it? So this is filthy, this. I want to try and keep the box really, so I'm going to try and restore the box. I know it looks a bit beyond restoration, but I think I can probably get that box back into a fairly good shape. But it does contain a rather nice example of a communicator. It's got most of the poly inserts. I say most because it's always good to have the box, isn't it? I don't know why. Why do you need the box? So you haven't seen this radio before, but it's got the original communicator's mic. I mean, it's grubby. This needs cleaning, and the mic cord looks like it's been shortened because you should have quite a long piece coming off of that before it bends. Hello. Some local interference coming in. Let's just turn that down a bit. Turn the tone to low. It's got a little tiny scratch on the case there, but overall it's not bad. We've got the original bag of bits, look, with the side screws, and I found one of those earlier. I've got one of those for the other radio. There it is. So that actually belongs to the other communicator, so I'll actually screw that in the side. So yeah, it's got the mic clip. It's even got a spare fuse, look, although there's no power supply with it. It's got a spare fuse, rubber washers, and the fixing kit. Sadly, no bracket. So you got the space where the bracket would have been, but I mean, it's in great condition. It really is. I mean, the front panel is. It doesn't look like it's been used. And let me shut that off. Let me shut that off for a minute. The front panel literally doesn't look like it's ever been used. And I mean, as I say, I saw this one and thought, I'm going to have that. After the one that I did for that Dom gave away, that we gave away to Paddy, that Dom donated. I was looking out for another one. I thought I wouldn't actually mind one of these. I mean, there's absolutely no scratching on this, and I can get the light to shine off of it. Yeah, there you go. That. So that's like new, the bezel. And this, to be fair, there's no dust or anything on it. The microphone's seen better days, but I don't think that's the original mic that came with this one, because there is another one down there, but I can't remember what mic I had with that one. So there we are. Let's get you in a bit closer. Oh, the light's sort of blowing it out a little bit. Is it that one? Yeah. So the dial on these is like a yellowy colour. But I mean, it's pretty mint. So it's a Communicators NI440DX. On the back, it's a little bit blue just where I've had my finger on it, but it literally looks brand new. And that's a serial number on it. So we've got our high-low power on the back, 10 dB attenuator on and off. And it's one of these 2-pin square power leads, which you can't get anymore, but I have got one somewhere. What have I done with that then? I don't know. I had a power lead here just now. Is that the one? Yeah, that's the power lead. So don't believe you can get these anymore. I know Richard had some, but that's the lead that we need. 1981. Again, I suspect it is. I mean, it's CB2781 is the stamp on the front, which is when they first came out. I don't know whether you can tell by the serial number the date of it, but it's 0221033. So let's plug that in. That is the correct power lead as well. I didn't have to scraunch that in. I'll say we're only going to really have time to fire this up today and have a little go on it maybe. Might have another quick chat with Mrs. Cruncher. What do you think? If it works, that is. I don't know if it works yet. Let's pop that in the extension speaker slot. Let's get some power on it. He is a beauty, isn't he? Hi Stuart, how are you? Welcome, mate. Right, that's power connected. I mean, even the look at the markers on the knobs. They're like really bright. I've never seen them one this good. Tone, RF gain, squelch, CBPA. It's got Roger Bleep. Oh, I love the Roger Bleeps. I don't know. I'm a bit sick. I think people hate Roger Bleeps, but I love them. Give me a Roger Bleep any day of the week. What I think I might do is just stick a little bit of tape around that bezel, just to stop it getting scratched up while we're knocking it about on the bench. So I'd hate for it to get scratched. I mean, the one that I did that Dom let us have, I actually polished the bezel. Bezel. There we go. That's just to stop it getting scratched on the bench. Right, microphone. Yuck. But you know, it is a Communicators microphone. Phew, it smells a bit musty though. Fire in the hole. It's not drawing anything. Let's turn it on. 260 milliamps. Squelch up. So let's go. Yes, receiving. It's not receiving very well if it's our RF gain the wrong way. So there's nothing on the S meter. Let me go to 100 microvolts. Still nothing on the S meter now. Have I got something turned wrong here? No S meter. The RX light. Sort of lit. It's very dim though. Yeah, the RX light is very dim. Can you doctor a figure of 8 lead to fit these perhaps? I'm not sure, Rich. I think you can get a square one that will fit it, but right, let's have a look at the test sets. Let's get that one down there. And let's so that one, picture, let's get to the test set. And let's see what it's doing. Okay. Turn that down a little bit. So at the moment I'm putting 100 microvolts in it, and there's nothing on the scale. It should be an S9. Let's see if it'll transmit then. So we're looking at RF power on this meter. It's transmitting 4.2 watts, 27791. It's a little bit off point. Well, 2.25 on the end off. I think that's 100 hertz, so it's 25 hertz off the end. Is that right? Yeah, it's 25 hertz down. It needs to be 125 or 25 hertz on the end. 791 kilohertz, 27 megahertz. Yeah. So it's 25 hertz down, but actually, do you see as I was keying up there, it dropped. So as it warms up, it's dropping a bit. 3.8. And no S meter action. The S meter's not working on transmit either. But it should be audible. We should be able to get Mrs. Cruncher on it. Let's have a listen to it into the base station. Oh, actually, when I was checking it, when I was doing a rig check with you just now, Gary, I had it on low power, mate. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. No, I don't think that microphone's working. If I remember rightly, isn't the communicators the same as the Cybernet? Let's have a quick look in the how to wire Mike's, which is by Knights, dated 1988. It's a good book, this. I refer to this quite a lot. Just turn that off a second. Oh, that mic stinks as well. It's really musty and mouldy. Poor stinking. So communicator is type C, which I believe is exactly the same as Cybernet. Yes, it is. Okay, so it means I can use a decent mic in it. Well, a known working mic. Where's my test mic gone? Test mic, come on. Here, test mic. There he is. I knew he was here somewhere. He's just hiding. I'm pretty sure this is wired Cybernet. We'll find out now, won't I? So this is an Astatic Road Devil, I think it is, something like that. It's not a great mic, but it's not a bad mic either. Voila. That puts it straight into transmit, so obviously that ain't wired. Ain't wired for it. So I've got an adapter here that I've made up that goes from Cybernet to Uniden. So let's put that in. There we go. We're in business. So see if we get any transmitted audio. Definitely in. One, two, 1, 2. Yeah, it's working. 1, 2, 1, 2. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See, that audio is a lot better than the previous. These radios do give great audio. Let's try that with Mrs. Cruncher then. Let's go down and see if I can persuade Mrs. Cruncher to give us another rig check. Mrs. Cruncher, can we have a final rig check? Can we have a final rig check, Mrs. Cruncher? I'll bring it in there if you want. Oh, you've still got it on it. You've still got it turned on. Yeah, if you want to turn it off, it's just that one. Back to off. Okay, there you are. We're trying it. Last try. I've got to plug it into the other aerial. But we're there. Yeah, so the audio circuit on those particular radios is very good. So let me pop that out, turn that radio off. Just hook this up, and Mrs. Cruncher is ready and waiting. I could just key it through the test rig really, I suppose, but it's easier to hear her. Mrs. Cruncher, have you got a copy on me? Hello, hello, Mrs. Cruncher, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. It's just I had the volume control a bit funny. How does this one sound?
Quiet.
Quiet?
Yeah.
They all sound quiet to you.
That's because normally you just shout everything.
What do you mean I shout everything? Give me a bit more over then.
Sorry.
Yeah, the squelch has got a dirty squelch pot on this one, but have I got a Roger beep on the end now?
Yes, you have.
Do you like that?
Not particularly, but there.
Yeah, but you've got a Roger bleep coming back to me.
Oh, is that meant to happen or not?
Yeah, I think someone's put a Roger bleep board in that particular handheld. The other one doesn't do it. It's only that one. So does this sound better than the other radio?
Yeah, that sounds good.
It sounds good. Well, thank you very much for yet another rig check, and I'm now at 5 o'clock, so I'm going to have to call it a day.
Okay for another half an hour if you want to go for another half an hour, because I'm still in the middle of just one more episode of How to Get Away with Murder.
All right, okay. No worries. Right, thanks, Car. Hey, bye-zy bye. Yeah, we've got some noisy pots on this one, but it is working. And I think the audio does sound really good. It's difficult. I don't know, because we're really close, it does attenuate it in some way. I'm not sure how that works, but it works for me with amateur radio. There's a guy up the road from me, and his audio to me is quiet, and mine to him is quiet, but to everybody else, we're fine. Very strange. Very strange. So, there you go. A bit of work to do on this one as well. I need to get labelling, don't I? It certainly needs the pots looking at. Spanky, is Mrs. Cruncher the Cadbury's caramel rabbit? She could be. She could be. It's TX on frequency. It's TX on frequency. Yes, it is. Yeah. Cybernet, it is. How to Get Away with Murder. That's like a hint. Yeah, she's some series that she's watching at the moment, Rich. I mean, I think it's 6. There's 6 series of it. So some Netflix thing. So I'm catching up on the chat here at the moment. Get yourself a good aerial. Well, I've got the Antron 99 up, Bob, or Solarcon 99, and it's up level with the ridge, so it should be good. Andrew's saying he likes the NI 440DX. Bought one back from the dead back in the day and used it for years. It does look new, Bob, doesn't it? It certainly does look nice. It needs a bit of work, but overall it's a nice radio. Let's turn a bit more light on there. Yeah, it is a nice looking radio. So I haven't really done anything to it, have I, as such? The microphone, I don't think there's any audio on the mic. So there's probably the element gone in it. I mean, these old mics are known for the elements going. You can't buy replacement elements for these old mics. Does anybody know where I can get replacement mic elements? These are not the electric. These are the diaphragm type. What do you call it? Is it condenser mics? So this one has got a knackered element. That's all that's wrong with that. But it is an original communicator's mic. And it will tidy up quite nicely. Hi Dennis, how are you? I didn't see you pop in there, mate. Can you doctor a figure of 8? I think we answered that one, Nick. Rich. The meter's dead. That's a point. We've got to put that on my little note. Meter's not working. Hopefully that's not the actual meter itself, it's a wiring thing, I'm hoping, but it's not working on TX or RX. So meter not working. Pots are all scratchy. It'll need a bit of a tune-up, I expect, but what else wasn't working? Was the meter light's working? It's a lovely looking meter in these. I do like the meter. It's just different, isn't it, I suppose? Because it's different, it looks better. I mean, the squelch seems to attenuate anything, really. Roger Bleep, love a Roger Bleep. I'm a sick man, I love the Roger Bleeps. Buy yours. What have you got, Benji? The meter will be stuck, you think, Bob? It could be stuck. It could be, but as I say, I've got plenty of other radios from the same collection. In fact, there's another one down here. Which again is in pretty good nick. There's another communicators there, and that one's in good condition as well. It's not in as good condition as that one, but still pretty good. And the S meter works fine on this one. I mean, actually, it's sort of moving as I wiggle it. I wonder if this one is then. Yeah, the meter is free. Free, Bob. I don't know if you probably can't see that in the thing, but the meter is moving when I'm moving the radio. So it's not jammed as such. It's just absolutely dead, not working at all. So unsure why. Unsure why that is. Mic inserts. You've got some mic inserts, have you, Benji? I mean, the thing we're looking for, I can't really get them out now. The thing we're looking for really is they're round. I haven't got one here on the bench to hand. We can take this mic apart and I can show you. What's that? Let's just take this one apart. So we've only got 2 screws in this one, which is a great sign that someone's been at it. As I say, we've got a very short microphone lead as well. So yeah, this is the sort of thing we're looking for. Something like that. I mean, this is encapsulated, but normally they're just. Will this one come apart? Yeah. So that's the sort of thing we're after. Is those. That is the mic element. Now, I don't know if this one is open circuit. I think they should read somewhere around about 500 ohms. I mean, it might be that it's just a knackered plug or something like that. I didn't really test it very well. Let's get... But yes, Benji, if you've got any of those, I will have a few of those off of you, because I've got microphones down there that I've robbed those out of. I've got microphones down there that I've robbed them out of. Bit of tappy on the meter. What? Why have you deleted Rich? Undelete him. Richard Yardley was hidden. Unhide Rich. Bit of tappy on the meter. I know what you mean, Rich. Whether Daniel's done that accidentally, I don't know what's going on there. It was an error. Oh, how have you got rid of Rich? Bring him back. Bring back Rich. You've got some, Benji, have you? Alright, Benji, have you got a few, have you? So let's check these. As I say, it should be 500, around about 500 ohms, give or take, just across the... Oh, I mean, come on, someone's been in here and done this before. What a mess that microphone is. Let's try it anyway. So that element is okay. 475k, well 0.475k, which is roughly 500 ohms. So that one is all right, but I can see the issue because once again, the screwdriver expert's been in there and messed with it. Bring back Rich. Bring back Rich. Oh no, you've removed Rich. There he is. You're back, Rich. Are you back? Teething problems, Rich. Teething problems. No offence. No offence intended. Oh dear. So here's the lovely microphone wiring. Someone's been inside this, and I mean, there's wires hanging all over the place in this. You know, this is hung on by about 2 wires. The rest are floating about in thin air. Look. I mean, look at this. Yeah, there's not a lot holding that on, but the insert itself is okay. So it's just a case of doing a bit of rewiring there, just on that terminal, I think. Let's quickly do that. I mean, it's been burnt there as well. Look, there's a big burn mark on it. God, dear, oh dear. And it could be that this actual PTT is not making connection, or it could even be wired up wrong, because someone has been in and messed with this. Let's you're back. Welcome back, Nick. Sorry, not Nick. Rich. Nothing personal, Nick. It was a slip of the finger by Daniel. Oh dear. Let's just solder that back on properly. No worries, Rich. sorry about that, mate. These things happen. We got Daniel and Nick and all the other moderators. Daniel and Nick are fairly new, so they're just learning the ropes. Daniel somehow managed to delete you, but all is good now. Oh dear. Right, let's see if we can just get this. See if we can actually get it in the hole where it was intended to go. Ah. Ah. And there we are. Oh well, as I say, it stinks, this microphone, so it's going to have to come apart, but I'll put it back together for now. And put it back together for now. Rob, thank you, mate. Cheers, Rob. The ups and downs of live streaming. Oh dear. The joys of it. The joys of live streaming. See, it's quite a nice insert, that really. It's better than a lot of mics. They're not usually that encapsulated. It's a little bit of squirt of Serviceable up the PTT. Screw the back on, see if that works now. But yeah, Benji, if you've got them on eBay, just send me a link, mate, on email to it, because I say I do want some of those mic inserts. I mean, microphones themselves aren't overly expensive to buy just to replace it, but you don't really want to be buying a brand new microphone and ripping the insert out of it, because you want to keep the old microphone as authentic as possible, really, don't you? So let's just try. God, it stinks. It absolutely stinks. This. It's got really, really mouldy. I mean, it might even be the mic connections have got a bit of. Might just give that a little squirt as well. Right, I think we're still connected up. Yes, we are. I'll turn the test set can go off now. Connected into the main. Turn it on. What's going on with this? Right, let's just try that into my radio with no aerial on it. Turn the RF gain right back. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. going on there then? 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing, testing. It is working, but it's got. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Okay, there's an issue in the mic lead as well. We have an issue with the mic lead as well. The mic plug even. Looks like this has been got at as well. Let's have a quick look. A wire off in the socket, yeah, it could well be. It's certainly, as I twist it, it improves. So I think we've either got a break in the mic wire. I mean, I'm going to put another wire on this one anyway. Yeah, what I'll need to do is scan the badge as well, I think. Because these mics come up quite often. We've got a little tiny one in there. Let's have a look inside here then, see what someone's done. Has anyone done anything, or is it a dodgy mic lead? Yeah, I think that's twisted around. I think we've probably got a break in that wire there. Yeah, ugh. I'm not going to touch that anymore. It's pretty horrible. I'm going to leave that. That's not great. Yeah, whoever's wired that has wired that okay. There's no issues with the wiring on that. That's fine. That's quite neat actually for a CB microphone plug wiring. But you can see that it's been cut back and cut back and cut back so many times that there's nothing left of it, and it's actually on the bends now. You should have a straight piece. Like you see on this microphone here, you should have a straight piece before it starts curling, so to speak. But that's got cut back so much that it's gone right back to here. I mean, this is bigger than standard, but I'm sure you know what I mean. If I grab another microphone, there's a Cobra one down there, look. So that's about normal. So you should have about that much straight lead on it before you get to the plug. And the same on the other end. You should have a nice bit of straight before you get into the microphone body. And you'll notice with this one, it's right up tight there. And there literally is nothing there. So it's been cut and cut and cut over the years. So it wants a new microphone lead, which I've got some new ones. So that's me done for today. It's been a bit of fun. I haven't covered everything I was going to do, but we've had a look at 2 of the radios, and it's nice to see the old communicator come out of the box. There's no point having these radios in boxes, is it? You want to use the things, really. I know people collect them, but it is nice to use them as well, isn't it? Theo, where have you been? Have you been out on a gondolier with Mrs. Theo? Theo, is that where you've been? My hands are horrible now after touching that lot. Yeah. Yeah, thanks very much. Cheers, Benji. Thanks for that. That's me done today, people. Thanks again for contributions in today. Let's have a quick look at those. Always appreciate people that help out. And I've got myself going in the background, so let's go there and there. And let's go to screen cap cube. There we are. We should be on my screen. Yeah, we are. So thanks for Mr. Man Cave, Sean. Super chat support for the channel because it's never asked for. Yeah, you're right there, Sean. Ninja for no dial codes on CB radios. Thank you very much, Mr. Ninja. And Rob Cross, €1. Thank you very much, Rob. Much appreciated, everybody. So let's go back to me. Cheers, everybody. Gary, thanks very much for your help. I've got picture in picture going up there for some reason. Thanks for your help, Gary, today. I might have got you, Gary, the last time, but I forgot I was on low power on the radio, so it could have all happened, but it didn't because I had it in low power, not high. But you know, we could have a little play and stick an amplifier on quickly for a quick go, couldn't we? Next time. You think the police will come and get me? Hopefully not. So anyway, people, enjoy the rest of the evening with your partners if you've got one, and cuddle up to the telly with a nice glass of wine and watch one of like Notting Hill or something like that, about a boy, anything like that. You know, watch one of them chick flicks with the missus. And again, thanks to my latest Patreons as well. Thank you very much. Harvey's just got home and we're just going, Harvey. The other Harvey. Anyway, cheers everybody. Catch you probably midweek again, I expect, on Wednesday. Bye for now. Take care and give the missus a treat. It's Valentine's. If I can work out how to get this thing going. Catch you all soon. Bye for now. Cheers all. Cheers, Dwarf.